Guys, my power went out earlier today, and every time my computer gets shut all the way down, for some reason, all of my mic settings get changed to default instead of my actual microphone. Anyway, welcome in for real this time. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Pyramus. Congratulations on redeeming first. Queen Twinkletoes, I was saying I'm sorry you had that experience in another chat. The best that I can tell is they're just weird about anyone talking about ads in their chat, which is a little strange and over the top in my opinion, but I'm not that streamer and I clearly have very different takes on talking about ads in chat. But that does sound stressful to like not really know what you've done wrong because it's like how am I supposed to not make the same mistake again if I don't know what the mistake was? But I hope your day's getting better. Welcome in, dear. How are you? You did not unplug your speakers. It was it was a user error on my end. Not the power going out. Yeah, also welcome in, J Trade. I was so worried that I wasn't gonna get to stream today because I don't know why the power went out. It's not storming. I don't think anything has happened. It just randomly went out at like 3 p.m. today, and I was like, ooh, if this is like that one time where it was out for like a whole day, that's not gonna be good. Cause I have some weird magic to figure out in this game tonight. But other than that, things are going pretty well, and obviously our power didn't stay out, which was nice. I was stressing about it though for some reason. I've been doing really good though. Okay, guys. I don't know if I showed you guys in the past if I talked about learning crochet, but Moya taught me how to crochet a while ago, like a month ago. Um, and I had to go get beads for more candy for the anime convention because I ran out of like certain letters that I needed more of. And while I was at the craft store, I also got more yarn. Um, I've decided I've decided to make a sweater vest, and I've got this really pretty yarn that I think is gonna eat. We're just gonna ignore how. So, this is like the bottom ribbing, the bottom like waistband of the sweater vest. Ignore how wonky it is. But isn't this gonna eat like a whole sweater vest made out of this? It's gonna eat, and I think it's gonna give Dark Academia, and I'm really excited about it. That's I've kind of been procrastinating everything I'm supposed to be doing and working on that yesterday and today. Like it's so funny because yesterday I was working on my unpacking Zevran script and I got most of it knocked out and I said I can finish this on Thursday. I've just been crocheting all day. That's it. That's all I've been doing. It's very shiny, right? It's like so I'll tell you guys this because I don't really talk about like sewing and crafting on stream very much. Um but I tend to always pick crushed velvet to make things out of because I like the texture of it. It's a pain in the ass to work with if you're not really good at sewing or if you're still a beginner like I am. But I love working with velvet. And when I found the velvet yarn, I was like, oh, this shit is so pretty and it's so soft. It eats. I'm very excited. I was stressed about it too. The last time our power went out was during Helene and it was gone for 2 days. J Train, okay, so where I live currently, like where I actually live, luckily was not impacted by Helene. But I went down to my parents that weekend, or the week that Helene hit, and my parents were impacted way more than the local authorities thought they were going to be impacted. Um, we did not have power. I was stuck down there for 2 weeks, and we didn't have power for like an entire week. It was rough. It was very rough. Saw Ghost in the Shell 1995, and later tonight, Blade Runner 1982. Couldn't feel better. Oh, sick! I don't know which version of Ghost in the Shell I've seen, but it was like a movie OVA version. It based on the art style, it was probably might have been the 95 version. Probably. I would have to like actually double check. But I really liked Ghost in the Shell. It was cool. Welcome in, Nico. How are you? I hope you're doing well. How's it going? It's going so great. We've been talking about losing power in crochet. So we're getting back to the game that we played last Thursday, and what you guys need to know, I guess, to like catch everyone back up to speed, is we are a magic user, a mage of sorts, that was attempting to find a sustainable source of immortality that didn't require sacrificing people. And apparently somewhere along the line our experiments went wrong and we opened up basically a black hole in our lab. And we have to our partner is telling us, because we have no memories, and our partner is telling us, hey, we gotta do this ritual, and I'm pretty sure the ritual's gonna kill me when we do it, but like I think we have to do it. Um, and we've died several times already. I can't think of anything else that like that's a pretty good like succinct summary of information that we've learned that we're gonna need to remember. I can imagine I was dying during those 2 days, so a week would have driven me insane. Yeah. It was it was the wildest of times. I didn't pack to be down there that long. It was supposed to be a weekend trip. So it was definitely a time. But anyway, are you guys ready to like get back into this game? I'm gonna turn the sound volume way down because that was loud as hell last week. So we've got our music volume and the sound is turned down, and I think we're good there. Chat, when is 22:35? Is that? Yeah, okay. This is our save point because that would have been like 10:30 last time we played. That sounds about right. Let me scroll up and see what the fuck's going on. It's like picking up a book a week later. Okay, so the last thing I remember happening is that Illar and I both got our souls taken to some like place, and we were kind of dying, and we were able to save them and bring the both of us back. Um Looks like we are back now. Okay. I remember the cat being loud as hell. Okay. Oh, yeah, is this after we told them about Okay. The floor split open and we basically teleported somewhere. I don't know if we passed out or what happened there. But we are not in the study. We're in someone's room. Um and there's something going on. The solution to power outages is be a nepo baby and have a backup house in the nice neighborhood, obviously. Thank you for that, Barmy. I I will take the necessary steps in my life to make sure that happens. I will go be born again into nepotism and make sure that gets set up. Thank you, Barmy. Okay. Um right. Let's discern what's happening to Alar cuz I kind of are they melting again? What is you don't hear it? They chuckle harshly. I strain, every sense heightened. The tower groans ominously, a crackle echoing, debris crumbling, and then, piercing through the eerie silence, the distant haunting screams echo. I swallow. The abyss devara, that's the like black hole type thing that we have accidentally summoned. Gonna be a feral cat in the next life, so good on you. I hope you have the best time being a feral cat. My cat was almost a feral cat. He was I don't think he was a feral cat. So I have a couple of friends who know a lot about cat behavior. And when I we found Dingy, we were telling these friends about like his behavior and they're like, "Yeah, no, that's not a feral cat. That was a cat born to humans and then abandoned." Feral cats though can be a vibe. I've had the theme from Phantom of the Opera stuck in my head for the past week because I've been reading Masquerade, the Discworld version of Phantom of the Opera. I love that for you. Honestly though, Phantom of the Opera, like I I think I know what song you're talking about, and it is just an earworm. It's so catchy. It's really good at getting stuck in your head. Welcome in, Kel. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Rami. I hope you're doing well. One of my grandpa's cats is fully feral, and I'm the only person she lets pet her. And that's such a special feeling. That truly is such a special feeling when an animal that doesn't really like people lets you be like a special person. Alright, what's going on with this Abyss Davara? Illar's smile contrasts their wild eyes. It's here. That shit moves? They plummet to the floor, slam down the crumpled paper bearing the sigil, and hastily begin to etch it with salt. No time, no time. Oh, we're doing the ritual! I remember what's going on now. We're now doing the ritual that may or may not kill us in order to get rid of this black hole. Gonna boost your server again so you can get more emojis? Oh, sick. Thank you, Rami. That's so kind of you. We gotta make more emojis. Although, I don't think all of our stream emojis are in the Discord. I gotta, like, add them. Cease and tell me what you require of me for the ritual. I compel myself to approach them, hands trembling, throat tight. No time, still muttering quietly, their lips split open into a grin. What is going on? Illar, regain your composure. I must ascertain the blood. How much will be needed? Nervously, I place a hand on their arm, attempting to coax them into facing me. Will I survive? I forgot this is where we were at. Our stream title is looking more and more like me being in denial. How are you this afternoon? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking, Kel. I've had a really, really good week. Oh, they're just gonna straight up tell me no. Okay, no. They snap, wrenching away, drawing the remaining lines with trembling hands. At least it seems like it's difficult for them to do this. A chill grips my chest. I retreat slowly, a sense of dread creeping over me. Stop, I mutter. They pay me no heed. I said stop. Freezing mid-stroke, Illar cranes their head towards me. Unless you divulge every detail regarding the ritual, you may consider it forfeit. Do you hear me? My voice threatens to quiver, but I maintain dignity. Oh, good for us. A few breaths of painful silence, then Illar's tight frown allays, and their whole frame falls slack. They drop their head. If you don't help me, moisture wells up in their eyes. I will kill you. Oh, work. Okay. Well, we kind of knew that already. A harsh chuckle escapes as though they are taken aback. You. What? The room tilts and I stumble away. A single tear drips down their cheek as they look at me with a bright, airy smile. It'll be less painful for the both of us. What are they talking about? Ragged breaths spill from my trembling lips, but my heart can find no words. You don't know the abyss. It's much worse than death. I'd be doing you a favor. Oh. A strange serenity takes hold of me. You will, I say to myself more than to another. Do me a favor. Okay. Head sinking into their open palms, their shoulders shake. It's for the best. They turn back to drawing the sigil. The knife's wet eye glints in the candlelight. They will kill me. Take the knife. Oh, wait, that's just my only option. Alright, I guess we'll take it. Then I suppose I have no choice, I whisper, taking a light step. They do not look up. I close the distance. Crouching down beside them, I place a hand on their shoulder and rest the other on the handle of the knife. They tense and lift their dewy eyes towards me. My own sting, but I smile at them as I grip the handle, gesturing at the sigil with my free hand. Let me assist you. What must we do? Their frantic gaze softens as they ever so gently graze my cheek with their fingers. We do what we must, don't we? All right. Well, I nod. Perhaps I am indeed undertaking the correct course of action. Perhaps the sole option remaining to me is the correct one. Okay. We still don't really know what's going on. I mean, we know more now than we did at the very start, but I still feel like there's so much left to figure out. Perhaps there's nothing correct here. The cut on my wrist throbs. I smother it with one hand. Jade Shade, why are we popping off? I'm choosing to interpret this as the wow, that's your partner and they're killing you in a ritual. This is the toxic magic partners that we hear about. We love to see it. For chaos, that's fair. I'm gonna choose to interpret it that way though, and we are absolutely popping off in the terms of doomed by the narrative. And that's my favorite kind. I fear that is my favorite kind. Alright, the cut on my wrist throbs. I smother it with one hand. They grasp me by the shoulders a little too firmly and maneuver me into the center of the sigil. Sit. They press me down onto the floor. My pulse beats in my throat. Spill your blood when the sigil sings. Think only of surrendering your waters to me. Nothing else. I'm transferring my life essence? Alright, that's kind of gay as hell. You like this guy's outfit? Right? I really like their character design. It slays. It really does slay. This is just transferring life essence, and this is gay. I hate to say it, but that's how gay-coded characters just say I love you when they can't say I love you. They wince as I part my lips to speak, shake their head at something unseen, then seize my shoulders. Do you think they know what we're thinking right now? No time for questions. There will be pain. You must bear it. Don't resist. They squeeze my arms, fervent eyes so close to mine, expecting, demanding. Speaking of outfits, I mentioned in Discord that I read Volume 2 of Black Butler. Those outfits are all frills. Yes! Yes! We love to see it. I would say it's had a great... The character designs in Black Butler have had a profound impact on me as a person, but I think that was more obvious when I was in college, and dressed up like a little Victorian schoolboy every day, compared to, now, when I don't do that. At least not super often. But that really had an impact on my, like, sense of aesthetics growing up. And I feel like sometimes it does still show. But I absolutely love the, like, little outfits and stuff that Yana Toboso will make for the characters in Black Butler. Kel, what I should do, I should show you guys the art books. I won't do it tonight on stream. But I should show you guys the art books, because there's some really, really good art. How do you dress now? Well, when I dress up, like, actually put on an outfit, I think it can still be in that vibe, but now I just, like, I do a lot more variety of aesthetics, I think. Hi, Dingy. I feel like there's a lot more variety in aesthetics that I like. I don't really know how to describe it. All right, he wants to show you everyone his butthole. Love that for him. Definitely gives me the vibes that this artist was very into both Clamp and Paradise Kiss. Oh, that's a good possibility. That is a strong possibility. I don't know a whole lot about what the artist was into beforehand, but I do know that she used to do like fan art and stuff, and that's in some of her art books. I would have to look and see if any of them were like Clamp and Paradise Kiss, because I don't remember it offhand. Desi, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're about to die for this ritual. When I nod my understanding, Illar sits down beside me. Edges of their form fray into shimmering tendrils, encircling them with a terrible brilliance. No more time for curiosity. I shut my eyes and drive my nails into my palms. I guess, content trigger warning. We are probably about to get a description of, like, slicing ourselves. So if that's something you're sensitive to, be aware that's coming up. Yana Toboso always pops off with the Ciel outfits. As she does. Yes. You're so right. It is actually a crime that I haven't made more of an effort to learn how to sew fancy shit so I can actually make some of his canon outfits. It is a crime, and I will be going to jail for it. That is one of my, like, I guess long-term goals is to actually get fucking good at making things so that I can make Black Butler cosplays. Paradise Kiss is about kids in a fashion art school, and I can see a lot in the outfits. I'm gonna have to read that, because that's so fun. One of my favorite things about, like, getting into media and looking at older things is seeing how those older things have inspired, like, I know Black Butler's not newer, but how older things have inspired things that have come after it. That's always a really fun, like, puzzle piece to put together. Sometimes she pops off for the worst, though. I'm looking at the bird Ciel outfit for a Christmas art. Wait, are you talking about, like, when he's dressed up as a turkey? And, like, on a platter? Is that what you're talking about? Getting into media. I couldn't think of a better way to say it, Barmy. I'm sorry. He had such a silly little hat. Not on a platter. Are we thinking about two different things, Desi? Also, I keep dropping my little fidget toy. And it keeps falling up. My frog keeps getting beheaded. Anyway, my aunt made this. She made, like, a whole bunch of little 3D printed, like, fidget toys. Because she learned she has ADHD. And I love that for her. Going to your favorite things, inspirations is always a fun time. Yes, you get it, Barmy. I'm glad my point eventually came through. It is so fun. He was dressed as a turkey. That's a different art. Desi, there are two separate arts where he's dressed as a turkey. One of them is a little on the fan servicey side, and the other, he just looks fucking miserable. Gonna send you the art. I talked about it on Tumblr. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about now. I posted a Paradise Kiss poster in the manga anime part of your Discord if you want to peek at what I mean. Yeah, I'll take a look at it now. I will go there. I will go to there now. Okay. Oh, that's so cool. Wait. Ayazawa. That I said that name so wrong. Ayazawa sounds like a very familiar name. Are you the girlie that made Nana? It is the person that made Nana. Okay, that's so fun. I should look into that because I really liked Nana. Thought I still had the art. I'm afraid not. I gotta look for it again. Just no rush, Desi. Whenever you find it, if it was a set like the other turkey outfit, I think I know what you're talking about. But I would love to clear this up eventually. So probably take a moment. Sorry, don't even worry about it, Desi. Don't even worry about it. Sometimes it takes me like 30 minutes to respond to a message because I'm like looking for the exact like picture I'm trying to reference. So I get it. We've been there. Has such dumb heels on that art too. Yana Taboso's always putting him in like some dumb heels. We love to see it though. Okay. I count the scratches I carve into my flesh, to no avail. The mantra is barely a whisper, but it makes me tremble, makes the air tremble. Even the stone beneath me is trembling. As I unclench my fist, smoothing away the dark wells within, something twitches in the corner of my eye. My bleary sight takes in a stone floor that shivers and spurts like meat on a spit. Gelatinous blobs ooze through the seams, floating upon curling currents of heat. In a lantern's livid pale light, I glimpse webbed hands and feet, charred torsos and twisted heads with maws-like gaping wounds. They tangle into masses only to unravel and congeal as they float closer. Oh, we love the body horror. The salt howls. I whip around and flinch at a weeping, screaming face. It shatters into spume against the ritual circle, a lick away from the nape of my neck. The ensuing spray douses the lanterns. Milky smoke pours from their deadened wicks. Half hidden in the swirling fumes, more grotesqueries waft forth. Some of them are so transparent I could only detect them by the shivering of a bowed lyre, or a rolled carpet behind. One creeps closer, close enough for me to discern splintered limbs jutting along its length, twitching and clawing. It lunges at the ward, vomiting a rope of thick ebony. Right, love that. Good morning, Zenith. I hope you're doing well. Not you coming in to say good morning while we're just reading descriptions of body horror. I will say, as someone who, I've been playing a lot of visual novels lately, as you guys know, and I've kind of like got this little worm in my brain that's like, what if we make a visual novel? Seeing how this one is approached, where it's deadass just like reading a book and having like some illustrations and sounds to go with it, does make me feel more like I could actually do this. It's kind of fun. It's a fun thought. I don't think I ever actually will make a visual novel, but I do be thinking about it a lot. I think the outfits in Black Butler, while frilly and fun, do sometimes fall into the overcluttered, too busy design territory, which goes into what I said about Volume 1 clearly being the artist's first work. Yeah, no, definitely it does start to feel that way, but Kel, I don't know if you're ever, like, interested in historical fashion, but looking at Black Butler through a historical fashion lens, specifically CL Phantom Hive's outfits, are hysterical. Because he has like markers. It's not accurate at all to like a specific time period. And he's got like different markers for like age and gender, and like different aspects of his outfits would be categorized in different ways. And I saw somebody do a fan art of what it would look like if you adapted that vibe of element to his design to a modern way, and it's rough, but it's really funny. It looks, I think for the most part, it does look pretty good to the modern eye, but it is really funny to like know that in the back of my head that his outfit is a hot mess in 1875 standards or whatever, and from a historical fashion standard. You found it in lower quality, but it's enough. Yes. I opened Tumblr on my phone so I could see it. Oh, yeah. Okay, the other turkey outfit with the egg hat is so funny. Okay, that is the other turkey art that she has of him. This is giving me waking up to a DRV3 live stream right in time for the chapter 1 punishment time. I was blind on the game at the time. Oh, rest in peace. How was Stardew? Stardew was fun. We've been, I think we're almost done with year 2 already in Stardew. I say almost done. We're like early to mid-fall. It was a good time. The fucking egg on the hat. It's so goofy. It's so goofy. Sometimes Yana Taboso's just putting her characters in silly little fits for the vibes. Looking at the art of the new volumes, she's clearly leveled up. Yeah. The art changes over the past like 18 years of Black Butler are really, it's really neat to like watch the evolution. That's one thing I really like about long running like manga series is like people's art styles change over time, and you can see that from series to series or like from one shot to one shot. Um Looking at an author or mangaka's entire history, but when it's like all encapsulated in one series, so like you're seeing the evolution with the same characters, I don't know, there's just something really special about that to me. I have seen the new Kuro chapter and I'm obsessed. What do you mean? What does he what do you mean? What do you like? I'm in the camp that I think that's an old situationship, and I'm very very excited to see where this goes. But yeah, I'd like to keep it spoiler free for new stuff, especially because Cal just started, and I don't want to spoil things like 200 chapters later, especially if Cal gets really invested. As someone who has drawn comics for 20 years, it does level up your art skills. I love that for you. But no, like, it definitely does. I just think it's fun to, like, watch it evolve over time within the same series. It's just a cool thing. It's almost like a time capsule. I've not read it, but I've seen some shit on my timeline. Oh, Desi, someone has posted the entire chapter on Tumblr in the English translation. I reblogged it earlier today, but I'm sure you could still find it in the tags. You don't care about spoilers? That is so fair, Kel. Some people get really weird about spoilers, and the chapter literally came out today, so I'm, like, when it's something absolutely fresh, I'm a little bit more like, maybe let's not spoil things. Because, like, imagine you're just going through random Twitch streams, or, like, random Twitch streams, and somebody just spoils something for a chapter that came out and you hadn't had the chance to read it yet. Like, that would be... I don't know. Some people would get upset about that, rightfully so. The one panel I got totally out of context is Sebastian making silly faces while thinking, trying to count. I think he was counting and also thinking. I'm not really sure, but it is very goofy. I've seen one specific post that had me in tears. No, everyone's been so silly goofy about the chapter this week, or today, and I've been having the best time. The post is vague enough but feel free not to read it. Dad Bastion doesn't exist. All this time it was actually tired dad CL and promiscuous teenage girl Sebastian. That's hilarious. I did not see that one. That's so funny. Alright, let's get back to the horrors at hand in this game. An immense boom fractures the air as it crashes into the barrier, reels and shatters. Shadows devour its remains. I press myself against the cold, hard floor, heart pounding in my chest. The black salt moans as another shrieking mass is dashed asunder, raining droplets down on the barrier. Another, then another. A trinket box topples from a desk, spilling a string of nacre? Nacre? I don't know this one. And bone-white pearls. A few more candles gutter, and darkness slinks further into the chamber. Oh, Laura, the singing. The terrible, wonderful singing. Okay. Spoilers frequently make me check something out faster. That's fair, Kel. That was me with Arcane. Like, I personally don't care about spoilers, because, first of all, when it's, like, major spoilers, oftentimes I see it so out of context that I don't feel like it spoils the journey. And, like, the fun thing about Black Butler, I've been putting spoilers in my group chats today, but it's one of those things where it's like, what the fuck is this even about? Like, what are we doing? How did we get from here? How did we get here? Speaking of Dad Bastion, I've recently come to the conclusion that Devils Like to Dance's Sebastian has by now evolved into Grandpa Bastion, probably. He's up there with Tanaka now. Have you ever read Hanako-kun? It's, okay, Desi, it's so funny you say that, because I've not read it, but I did just start the anime 2 days ago, and I'm like 5 episodes in, and I love it. I know it's in the same magazine as Black Butler, so it makes sense that if you like one, you would like the other. I love it. I'm having the best time so far. Julius Caesar, Brutus run onto his sword. Barmy, how dare you spoil Julius Caesar? I have a friend who actively likes spoilers because he doesn't like being surprised by media. That's fair. That's fair. I can respect that. I like being surprised, but I also don't care if something gets spoiled. Because I feel like most spoilers come to you out of context, and it's not quite the same as, like, knowing everything that's gonna happen. So I know with Attack on Titan, I knew about the rumbling before I'd, like, watched season 2 through up to the rumbling, because I had watched season 1 a decade ago. And then I was, like, seeing all this stuff about Eren trying to commit genocide against the entire, like, humankind. I'm like, how the fuck did we get here? So then I had to, like, watch everything. Because it's like, that's a big spoiler, but also, like, I literally don't know what is going on. I don't know anything about anything. The anime messes the timeline up a lot, and it cut off an excellent co-arc at the start, so I suggest you check out the manga as well. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. For me, it's less like I don't like to be surprised, and more hearing about a cool thing usually sells me better on a movie/book, etc. Yeah, no, I feel that. I absolutely feel that. I feel like Black Butler specifically is one of those series that you kind of have to spoil it for people to get them interested. Because, like, the basic synopsis of it, while it is interesting, I don't think it does a good job, like, conveying what it's actually about or what the vibes are. But also, Black Butler is very tonally all over the place, on purpose, I think. So it's just kind of, like, hard to give, like, a good succinct summary without, like, spoiling things. Cause it's like, hey, silly, goofy Butler demon vibes, but also, like, the horrors. Kel, you're not quite to the horrors yet, but you'll get there. Maybe. Hanako-kun is very beloved to me. Did you know the actor of Ciel in the School Arc musical actually did Hanako-kun in the Hanako-kun musical? That is really cool. I did not know that. There's a Hanako-kun Bitter Rabbit. I'm gonna have to look this up after stream because that's cool as hell. That is really cool. Hearing about the end of Attack on Titan made me be like, okay, I'm not gonna waste me time on the rest of this. See, I had, like, the opposite reaction to you, Kel, but I can respect that, because, like, that was me with Voltron, because I kind of procrastinated watching the last season or 2 of Voltron, and when I heard how it ended, I was like, that's disappointing. Thanks for telling me so I don't waste my time watching this. Spoilers don't really bother me, it's the journey, not the destination. That's my thoughts exactly, J-Train. My thoughts exactly. The Hanako-kun Bitter Rabbit low-key jump-scared me as I checked out the wiki page for the merch. It is really reminding me of Tokyo Babylon by Clamp, which is equally silly times than Bam the Horrors. I would probably love Tokyo Babylon. Everything I've seen about it, it looks like it eats. I should read it. Because it looks like it is custom made for me. Honestly, I've been watching Cardcaptor Sakura, and I'm, like, halfway through it. I'm having the best time. Like, this show is made for little kids, but also, like, I'm having a great time. I've loved everything most things I've consumed by Clamp. Would you like me to show you my old arrangement for my Hanako-kun shelf? Oh, absolutely, Desi. Absolutely. Okay. We gotta remember Illar's words. Cardcaptor Sakura, my beloved. I loved it as a kid. I didn't watch it as a kid, but it is really fun, like, watching it now. as an adult. There are like some things that Clamp puts into a lot of their works where it's like, this was a weird age gap, and I feel like we're romanticizing it in a strange way. Someone do a wellness check on the Clamp members, see if they're all right. Maybe they should have been going to therapy for the past 20 years instead of instead of whatever they're doing. But also, I don't know these women. I don't know why they did all that. But there's also like a lot of really fun things in Sakura as well. So real and true, except for some very specific cases. For example, my absolute favorite experience with a horror movie, which is when I watched 10 Cloverfield Lane without having ever heard anything about the original. So the ending hit me with the force of a Mack truck going 1,000 miles per hour. Yes, there is an anime that, like, you need to at least watch the first episode without knowing anything about it. Because there's a plot twist at the end of the first episode that really fucking hits if you walk in blind. I'm not gonna, like, tell you guys what the plot twist is. But it's one of those animes where it's, like, it comes off as the cute girls doing cute things, moe blob type of stuff. And it definitely is in that category. But at the end of the first episode, you realize the truth of what's going on, and it's like, oh, shit. Not only are the cute girls doing cute things, but there's some fucked up shit happening. But, like, in a way that's good. I realized as I described that, it just sounds like the watching cute girls suffer for the sake of, like, suffering. That a lot of things trying to copy Madoka Magica end up doing. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. My main complaint about Tokyo Babylon is some of the character closure happens in X/1999, which never finished. Yeah, I did hear about that never finishing, and that really sucks. That does really suck. Someone save my baby Rika, the girl who's got the subplot with her literal teacher. Desi. There was Sakura's mom, who was a victim. It sounds like, I just recently watched an episode where it sounds like Sakura's older brother had some weird relationship with his middle school teacher. I don't know if, like, there was something lost in translation, like, if the English dub made it, because I'm watching the English dub because it's really goofy, and, like, peak 90s 2000 anime dub is so fucking silly to me. I don't know if that was, like, a translation thing, or if that was actually supposed to be implied, but I was like, what's going on? Do we need to unpack this? One thing that bothers me about Clamp is when asked about the queerness in their work, they said they just really like taboo love, so it kind of sounds like to them the queerness is the same as incest and little girl loving her teacher. Oh, well, that's not ideal. I know they got their start in, like, doujin circles, and I'm not speaking for them, and I'm definitely not speaking for what Japanese fan culture was like in the 80s and 90s. But I know fan culture on Tumblr in the 2010s, people were really, really weird about their gay ships. I hope most people in chat are old enough to know what I'm talking about. But, like, people would be like, I'm sinning tonight, guys, and, like, all that is just reading fanfic about two boys kissing. Like, come on. This is weird. Why are we being weird about it? I don't like that, but that does seem like very common fan culture shit. Jeez. I didn't know that about Clamp, but, like, it does, I will say, I'll say this and then we'll get back to the game. I will say it definitely does shine through in Cardcaptor Sakura, because I know Toya and Yukito, Sakura's brother and his best friend, are confirmed a couple, I think. That's what I've been told. They're, like, canon. But it's really interesting because you know how, like, a lot of fandom will take, like, a gay ship, a yaoi, man-loving men ship, and make one of them functionally a woman, stereotypically, very feminine, very motherly, very ooh-woo, woobified type of vibe. Clamp just did that to Yukito on their own. Like, the fans don't even have to do it. It's already done for them. And like, I don't really know how I feel about it, but I also recognize that even them doing that in the flawed way that they did it was still like representation that mattered a lot to like younger queer anime fans. So it's like this weird, like, complicated, good slash not so great thing, and it is interesting. It is definitely interesting. I was in the New Vegas coal mines where it's been a decade and the memes are the same lame shit. I resent this hyperfixation. Rest in peace, Barmy. Rest in peace. Is New Vegas is not related to this show. I was gonna say, because I know there was a Fallout show, and I was like, did that bring new people and new jokes into your hyperfixation? But I think that might be about a different game, and not the New Vegas game. But rest in peace, Barmy. There is some, like, the JoJo's fandom's kind of like that. There's two sides to the JoJo's fandom, and one of them is very much just like, we still think the Kono Dioda meme is funny, and it's been 20 years or longer. So, I've seen fandoms be stuck in time just like that, Barmy, and I feel it. Rest in peace. You know, Sakura's mom's cousin had a crush on Sakura's mom. Yeah, that was... Like, I get they were trying to make a parallel between Tomoyo and Sakura and their mothers, and that can be cute. But, like, the thing that I'm the most upset at about the whole, like, cousin is that she is rightfully mad at Sakura's dad for being a predator, and the show plays it off like she's the crazy one. And it's like, no, like, she has every right to be concerned about that. She has every right to still be mad about that. But, like, like you said, they play it off as, like, the dad stealing her. And it's like, no, like, she was cooking. If we remove the incest lens, she was cooking. Yeah, they are also cousins. Like, why did they do that? Why the hell did they do that? I would have been so into Tomoyo x Sakura, but they are related as well because they're moms, so that's also weird. Yeah, I will say... Well, I guess, no, they don't know that they're cousins at first, but they do find out. So that, and the authors knew they were cousins the whole time, alleged, maybe. So, like, it's still weird on Clamp's part. The new show is going to Vegas, probably taking a few cues from it. I hate this fact because this fucking fandom won't die. Hopefully the show brings in some new fans with better humor, or, like, at least fresh new humor. So even if it doesn't die, maybe it can get, like, a little, refresh. Because I know the Black Butler fandom definitely got a refresh with the new anime, and there's lots of new silly fun memes that were not around 10 years ago. Hope they shoot on location, though. I love the IRL Mojave Desert. That would be cool. They made Tomoyo have a crush on Sakura when they're related, so that's also a weird choice. Yeah, like, what the fuck is Clamp doing? Picture's been sent. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look at it. This is what I mean. This is what I mean by, to them, extreme age difference, incest, queerness are all the same. Clamp, come on. Your shelf is so cute, Desi. I like your setup. That was fun. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. People thirsty for Walton Ghoulgans? I'll take it. It isn't Fisto for the 30 millionth time. People love that ghoul, man. I know nothing about him. Okay. Remembering Illar's words, I grip the knife. I cannot discern if my eyes blur or if the very fabric of the world smears. Those silver shapes, are they Illar? If they are, do I dare? You will not succeed. I can kill them? Chat, do we stab Illar for real toxic lovers, or do we proceed with the ritual? Because I feel like proceeding with the ritual will give us more answers. But the drama. Your toilet bound Hanako shelf is the one I change up the most. I'm never satisfied. I want to show off the art because the art style is something I love deeply. But it takes off too much space for me to do properly. No, I feel that. I rearranged my bookshelf back there so many times. I actually busted out my childhood bookshelf out of my closet so that I could, like, organize things a bit differently. Stabby stab, then go back and commit. Okay, we'll do that. I can't take the Walton Goulin's thirst seriously because I watched the Righteous Gemstones right before Fallout, so in my head, Walton Goggins is just Uncle Baby Billy, who is just an adult version of Gravity Falls' Lil Gideon for the unfamiliar. That's so funny. Where are you at with Toilet Bound Hanako? So I've only seen the first, like, few episodes. That first... I've just got through the arc about the Misaki stairs. That arc is finished. I've not seen anything past that. They're looting it like a sketchy guy. But I've pretty much only seen up to Misaki stairs. Alright, for the drama. Clenching my teeth, I raise a shaking hand and plunge the dagger down. The blade screams in glee as it sinks. No! A growl pierces the darkness surrounding us. The song shrivels. I blink the blear from my eyes to see Illar's hand clutching my wrist. The knife cackles, a hair shy of their chest. Why? We were this close! Grimacing and grasping, they fold in upon themselves, seized by convulsions, their fists clenched above their head. An immense weight slams me into the floor, crushing the breath from my lungs. I choke. Heat erupts violently from Illar, scorching and rending the air, the lashes of my eyes burning. Did he set this place on fire? The co-arc they didn't animate, but is also important, happened shortly after the Misaki stairs. Oh, okay, cool. So it sounds like when I do read the manga after watching the anime, I'm gonna have some new stuff, like, early on. I can give a look and tell you which chapters to check out when, if you want. I think I'm just gonna watch it and then go back and read it. I think that's just what I'm gonna do instead. That's what I've done with, like, most manga and anime that I, like, started watching first and then went back and read it. Understandable. I do appreciate it, though, Desi. I do appreciate the thought about the chapters and all that. Through the haze, I glimpse it. Their body warping, shredding at the edges, the furniture unraveling, the walls and windows eroding, the pain scream growing louder. Being torn asunder, tearing them asunder, tearing the chamber, tearing my head, asunder, asunder, every sliver of me. I did not let them get their way. In the end, I accomplished one task. I laughed to myself in the eye of the storm, and then that very laughter is ribboned to pieces. Okay, work. Love that. Welcome, Sleepy Magus. You. Oh no, not again. I do not want this. I do not want... Shh, it's alright. It's not as bad as you've been told, you know. It is not? This is kind of fire. This is eating. Wait, are you real? Then have I not gone mad? Surely I exist. But how are you here? I thought this was... How I came to be here is not unlike how you did. You were dreaming. Now you're half awake. You do not remember going to sleep. What is life but a dream? Oh, love that. Though, and I won't push further, I just want to say this one last thing. The co-arc is one that is quite important to Ko's character arc, so I suggest you do read it when it comes chronologically before continuing with the anime, just for the sake of understanding him and his relationships better. 100% alright if you don't want to, though. Oh, okay, fair to warn. I do appreciate the warning. I do appreciate it, Desi. Not gonna lie, I'm riled up. Nearly every fandom I've touched has changed, except Fallout, and specifically New Vegas. Like, how? Barmy, I have not done a lot of video game fandoms in my time. All I got is Undertale, Minecraft, and Baldur's Gate. I'm just now getting into League of Legends fandom. So I really don't know what's normal for video game fandom. Or like why specifically Fallout and New Vegas just do not age. Oh, Barmy. Are there a lot? Okay, it might just be that it's just the same people in the fandom, and there's not really like a lot of people joining for the first time or bringing like a fresher look or a fresher vibe. That's probably it. It's like the same 20 people with the same humor they've had all these years. That's probably it. I might be wrong though. I don't know about the Fallout games and their fandoms. Fallout New Vegas fandom hasn't changed their memes, but they did crack their eggs. Every trans lady I know loves Fallout New Vegas. Oh, okay, so it just sounds like they've had bigger things to worry about. More pressing matters at hand. That's so interesting. Speaking of Undertale, Deltarune, my beloved, I was into Undertale since the early days when I was a kid. However, I fear I may prefer Deltarune a lot more. I have not played a lot of Deltarune. I've put like a couple hours into it on my Switch. I liked it. I really did. It like came out at a time where I just was not able to focus on it for very long. I should go back and play it because aren't we getting more Deltarune soon? I should go back and play it. That is active fandoms. Some games are just old and weren't the biggest games at release. That is also fair. That is fair. I really do hope at the very least you can find like a new group of Fallout fans that have better memes. Or this might just be a case though where the fandom's not making it, so you have to just do it your damn self, because that's been me with Black Butler for like the last decade. Like, I guess I'm looking for things that are too specific out of that fandom and no one's doing it, so it's like, damn, I guess I gotta write that fic myself, or like I gotta do the thing myself. June 5th or something like that, episodes 3 and 4 will come out. Sick. I'll have to like give Deltarune another shot and play it. I've never actually finished Undertale. I'm not pro gamer enough to defeat Asgore, and I've gotten stuck there every single time I've played the game. Every single time I've played the game, I get stuck at Asgore and I just cannot do it. I really should though play some Deltarune. The joke I hear a lot is, if Fallout New Vegas is your favorite Fallout, you're either trans or an egg. You're either trans or you're going to be trans. That's really silly. I've heard that for about a few different franchises. Gonna have to go now, but please stay safe and have fun, everyone. Thanks for coming and hanging out, Desi. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day/evening. Brennan, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Brennan, we just stabbed, instead of doing the ritual, we killed our partner. We're being toxic. And now I'm in this, like, dreamscape talking to this creature. You like Fallout New Vegas, though, and you're neither? For now, Zenith. For now. Enjoy your gender while you have it. And that is a threat. They probably deserved it. Honestly, Brennan, I have no clue. I didn't stab them because I thought it was like the right thing to do. I stabbed them for the drama. I asked chat, do we do this and see what happens, or do we actually like do what we need to do? It was for the drama. Valid, I guess. You guys heard it here first. Brennan says it is valid to stab someone just to see what happens. Just for, like, the chaos and the drama that ensues. Legally, though, only in Minecraft. Or in video games. Okay. Does that mean I am dead? I do not feel dead. I do not feel much different at all. Did killing Illar also kill ourselves? What does that mean? Another chuckle. I am dead? Death is overrated. At best, it's like a stiff drink. It'll give you a rush and a headache, but it won't stick. How can you joke about death at a time like this? Oh, poor Magi. Always giving power to words. Now the words have power over you. What the fuck does that mean? Enjoy your gender while you have it, Mel said, holding a scalpel. What can I say? Okay, what? Go back to sleep and dream once more. Then when the dream turns sour, wake again. Then what? We'll see. I do not feel well. Pleasant dreams, little Magus. Magus. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Alright. So that's what happens if you murder Illar. Let's not do that this time. Life comes at you fast. Wake up a new person. And that's how I became non-binary. That's how. Alright, we're gonna cut ourselves then and proceed with the ritual. So again, blanket content warning, probably descriptions of self-harm, so if you're sensitive to that, be aware. How might I cut myself lightly enough? I hardly know where I begin and the knife ends, yet I must do it. They said that I must. Teeth gritted, I jab downward. A vivid color dawns behind my eyes. The wound radiates liquid bliss that courses up my arm. I exhale softly. It is done. All will be well. I gaze upon the knife, an anchor in this feverish storm. The glistening wide eye on its handle stares madly at my arm. It's cat clawing at my ears. Okay, turning the sound down. I barely heard that when the sound effect did go. I'm glad we figured that out. Why did this sound so casual? Let's cut ourselves and do a ritual. Look, I'm not trying to make a big deal out of it, Zenith. A crimson thread unspools from the cut as though measured by a subtle hand, drawing a perfect straight line through the air. What an exquisite, ravishing scarlet. I cannot help but smile. Intricate patterns weave together in the air as more and more strands spring forth from my wrist. They sing, they dance, they bloom into what must be a Dvarnik flower. How can something be so beautiful? I laugh. How can something smell so sweet, so familiar? The mantra pulls me forward, ever higher. Tears burn my eyes, fear clenches my chest, but my laughter is light and free and airy, swathed with relief. I ascend into the center of the flower, into its heart, so beautiful, so beautiful. This is what I sought, what I desired, no, required. Alright, work. Completed Oblivion for the 3rd time, and that new game button is looking like Emma Frost right now. You know, live your life, Zenith. Who am I to tell you not to do a 4th playthrough? Who am I to tell you not to do that? I started another Baldur's Gate playthrough a couple weeks ago. I'm starting another one in a couple weeks. Why do I keep starting all of my Baldur's Gate runs at the same time? All of my multiplayer games just get started around the same time. It's fine though. I just will wait a long time before I start another single player run. So I'm not doing the same things every time I play. Guess everything coming full circle, Neil Newbon is in the fan mod Fallout London. Like he's deadass in it? Like they got him to be in it? That's pretty cool, honestly. I guess Fallout London is like making the game happen in London. He voices a minor character. That is really cool. That is so cool. Hey, yo, how nice of him. Of all the Baldur's Gate playthroughs you have started, how many have you finished? So, out of all the ones I've started, there was the multiplayer game I started with Roy when we first had the game that we never finished because it was literally just made to figure out how the fuck to play the game and how to set up multiplayer so that we could play with Moya. So, like, that kind of counts. Then I had my Astarion run that I made all the way to Underdark and then decided I don't like playing as the companions because I miss them. That's fully abandoned. My game with Ava and Gizmo that we haven't touched in almost a year. And then I started a game with a couple friends from college that we haven't done much. And then on my brother's PlayStation, I started a game with my sister. And we probably will never finish it. So that's 5 games that are not done. And it's looking like we'll never be done. Oh, I have my Shadowheart Kisser run I haven't finished yet. And I have an evil game with Raging and Hannah that we've gotten to the Underdark, but we have not played it in months. And then we just started a new game so that Raging can kiss Astarion. 5 out of I lost count, honestly. Yeah, like, I have 5 that are like 100% never going to be finished. I don't know how many playthroughs I've started. I did clear out the ones that I knew I was never gonna finish that were like on my computer that I was hosting. I play Baldur's Gate too much. But that's okay. As one multiplayer that's in progress, in that one, I have my Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 characters as the player characters. Oh, that's so fun. That is really fun, Barmy. I do still need, like, really want to go back and play the first 2 Baldur's Gate games just to see what the vibe is. I think I might enjoy it. At the very least, I'll enjoy the story and will suffer through the gameplay. But I think it could be fun. Through teary eyes, I glimpsed distorted shapes flickering with each perfect note, dancing dreamily to the melody. Is that the Abyss Devara? It is withdrawing, can reach me no longer. I burn, fire cascades into my wound and snakes through my veins, igniting my body. With every turn and knot, I gasp with excruciating bliss. I want to scream. Am I already screaming? The crimson flower blooms and shivers as the song reaches a feverish climax, engulfing heart and senses both. The heat reaches a zenith and flips into freezing cold. Rest in peace, Zenith. This flame has reached you, according to the game. Burning, freezing, thawing, melting, over and over. I am no more. What the fuck is this ritual? Get to backseat game. A D&D 2E rules. Yeah, no, if I play them, I 100% will be streaming them. Because if I'm gonna suffer through old D&D rules, we're all gonna suffer together. I know nothing about D&D prior to the 5th edition. All D&D that I have ever consumed has been 5th edition D&D. I tried the first 2 Baldur's Gate games. I found the gameplay kind of hard to get used to. That's my fear. That is definitely my fear, but also, like, outside of a handful of Nintendo games, I've never played a game from that era. At least Baldur's Gate 1. I don't know when Baldur's Gate 2 came out, but I know when Baldur's Gate 1 came out, I haven't really played games that were made during that time. Aside from, like, some Nintendo things. So, that's, like... I'm gonna have to, like, learn how to play video games. You're still in bed? Take me game. Rest in peace to Zenith. Have a new friends playthrough. I'm doing a Baldur's Gate 3. You still have Astarion's tent. We love to see it. Zenith knows where I belong, and that is in Astarion's tent. Light flashes within the dark, within the light, speeding towards the infinite movement that is absolute stillness. I am... Oh, what's going on? Did we die again? The screen always comes up when I'm dying. You're here. Oh, no, 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 please, no. You're dead. I cannot be. I cannot. Can and are. Stop it. Who are you to tell me what I am? What is this creature? Baldur's Gate 1 released 1998. Baldur's Gate 2 years later in 2000. Yeah. Like, I was not playing video games when I was 1 year old. I hate to say it to you guys. I hate to say it to you guys, but I wasn't. I've played some Nintendo and Dreamcast games from that era. Games used to be harder back then. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's been a really hard thing to learn with Dragon Age Origins. Although Dragon Age 2 is easier than Origins, in my opinion. Because we're playing on normal difficulty and having a great time. We're kicking ass, except for when I do something stupid. Origins, though, kicked my ass. I had to play on easy. Would you say that, like, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are harder than, like, the first couple of Dragon Age games? Because I'm just gonna say right here, right now, Dragon Age Origins is the oldest RPG I've ever played. And I know, like, it was, like, what, 2009? That's when Origins came out? And that's, like, a whole 11 years after Baldur's Gate 1. But I have not played any RPGs older than that. Yeah, because all the Nintendo games that I have played before that were like fucking Mario Kart. Yoshi's Island. It is harder, but there's always a way to cheese a fight. Sick. Love that. We're gonna have to do warnings for our Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 streams of, hey, by the way, I don't fucking know how to play games. We are here to struggle. Be patient. From the very limited time I've spent with them, I would say they are harder. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Bards didn't exist back then! What the fuck am I gonna play in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? We'll worry about it when we get there. I'll be a wizard. I don't know. Whatever spellcasters they had back then. I'll be a fuck-ass wizard. Which is probably gonna make the game harder. Who knows? Wait, who are you? How can you be here? I thought I was dead? Are you a Lucasi? Is this an illusion? If I am dead, why do I not feel different? Why do I feel anything at all? Oh, you amuse me so, little Magus. I might have missed you if I was still capable of missing. What does that mean? You are mad? Let's say I am. Now tell me, how did you imagine death to be? No, I refuse to play your twisted game. Come now, don't be sour. Let's have a bit of fun, like the old days. Like the old days? Who is this? I know not why, but I thought death would be different from life. What do you think a chair tastes like? What? What kind of question is that? Quick, chat, what do you think a chair tastes like? Don't bite the chair you're sitting on. Don't literally taste a chair. But what do you think a chair would taste like? It's a game, all a game. Come now, play. I cannot possibly know what a chair tastes like. Wood? Paint? I've never eaten a chair. I think it would taste bland. You think sour, Brennan? I think a chair would probably taste like white bread. Oh, maybe like multigrain for all the like texture. I don't know. That's the vibe it gives. But like not in a good way, like stale bread. I think a chair would taste like stale bread. Actually, okay. Actually, if we're going based on vibes, it depends on the chair. It depends on the chair. It's it's wood, duff multigrain bread. Same thing. Love that, love that. I literally had this discussion with some friends the other day. Oh my gosh, dear. This is literally you. Like a KFC biscuit without flavor. Rest in peace. The KFC biscuits were not my favorite biscuits. I think the only reason I liked the Popeyes biscuits as much as I do is because they're salty as fuck. And I think I just need more salt in my diet. Leather chain would taste like old beef jerky. Yeah, no, a leather chair definitely would be old beef jerky. Chairs typically have bland flavoring. Tastes a lot like dwarf bread. J-Train, what the fuck is dwarf bread? Actually, on second thought, I think I'll end my playthroughs at 3 for the time being. Zenith became a vampire and married the blonde assassin in the cult after losing all his comrades. Is this Oblivion? I didn't know there were vampires in Oblivion. That's cool. I was thinking foam, so sour from chemicals. Oh, okay, okay. Honestly, like upholstery foam, or like the kind of foam that I've seen in broken chairs, I feel like that shit, the texture would be so horrible that I would not even be like registering flavor. All of my brain capacity would just be into perceiving how horrible it feels to have. Like, I think it'd be dusty. I meant Popeyes. Can't keep my chicken place lore correct. Barmy, they're so similar. They are so similar. I wouldn't even be surprised if they had the same menus. Why are we eating inanimate objects? Oh, this creature wanted us to explain what a chair tasted like. Just an instant KO, truly. Because a friend said that Mallet tastes like an old varnished wood, and I said that that's not appealing from a taste perspective, and clarified that yes, I do know what old varnished wood tastes like because I was an autistic child who occasionally chewed on old chairs because the mouthfeel was good. The taste was not a positive part of the experience. Absolutely. Felt that, dear. I can't say I've ever chewed on chairs, but like everything else, relatable. Relatable, actually. Do you like the spicy chicken sandwiches from Popeyes? I don't think I've ever actually had those. Usually when I eat food from there, it's because we were getting like a family thing, so it was like when you get like a bunch of stuff or like a box with a bunch of things in it to split amongst a family. Eating a VHS makes you kill people. I just want to talk about Videodrome. Is it a cursed VHS? Or just any VHS will do? I think love interest in game is eating chairs or something. Maybe so. Maybe so. If Illar wants to eat a chair, that's fine. I'm sure they looked good while doing it. Why would you imagine you could know what death is like without dying? Oh. I fear I'm a little too autistic for this conversation. It's more like Videodrome was consumed via consuming media. I'm gonna be real, Barmy. I don't know what Videodrome is. VHS of Psycho. I'm guessing if you eat a VHS of a movie, you'll become the movie. That's wild. That's actually a really fun concept. Pretty sure I've chewed on a chair at one point. I feel like that's not too crazy to say, though. I feel like lots of people have chewed on chairs. That is... You toy with me. Ugh, I'm tired. You have more tasting to do, little Magus. Keep going. Keep going. Going where? I'm so confused. Fuck it, let's start again. Pretty sure I've chewed on a chair. I've literally already read that. I don't know why I thought that was something new. For the first time in many seasons, the waves and the wind were the only voices singing farewells to Sruthful. I waited. The colors of the sky changed as I sat. Tension crawled up my throat. They were late. Oh, you know what? Actually, Actually, I've remembered some diverging paths. We don't have to fully start over. Videodrome is an 80s film that probably hits way different nowadays, with media consumption being a common term, especially compared to back then. It's body horror. I think chat'll like it. We do fuck heavy with body horror. I can't speak for all of chat, but I can speak for myself. I guess recap. Recap. I'm going back to the point where we meet the cat, and we're gonna follow him, and then this time not be a bitch to Illar. So we're gonna follow the creature. Creature silhouette melds into the gloam, following the Lucasi to your death. We shall see. I hurry after it. Z gets to my desk and hops onto it, planting their paw squarely on the open grimoire. Then turns their back to me, extends their arms behind her, and growls. Old? Old? What is old? Get your foot off of that book. I push Zer on the shoulder, but in vain. Speaking, I was kind of hoping Dingy would be on my bed, because he was in here earlier. But he just decided he did not want to be in here. That's so sad. Okay. Z shows me her teeth and lashes her tail. Hold on me. I stand there, confusion and disbelief fighting for dominance in my face. You want me to hold on? Old, Z snarls and crouches. Before I agree to anything, I have a question for you. The creature turned its head to me, a look of utter disgust on its face. Are you or are you not Fuzzpants? Illar's, cat? Her feeds me, yes. Gives name, yes. No, old. Alright, yes. Okay. I shriek as Z takes off, a dizzying rush, and we are on top of the shelf. A shock of cold sweat coats my back. Laura on a cow. Wait, I need a moment. We hurtle through the air again. I grab on for dear life as he leaps from one beam to the next, their claws biting into the wood. I dare not look, but feel the thump shake my bones each time we land, and the terrifying sway as we dangle. Then a blast of brisk air hits me as we plunge through the darkness. Oof, the ground meets me, carried by the momentum. I tumble a short distance, then come to a stop. Yet the spinning in my head persists. Everything hurts. Battered and miserable, I spit out the grass and crack my eyes open. Okay. Is this okay, chat, be so real with me. Do we need to like reread the stuff we've already read last week? Or did we forget? Because we could reread it or we could skip it. It's based on what you guys remember and if you want to go through it again. I'll wait. I guess I'll just like read through while I wait. Alright, is this the garden? I sit up feeling like one side of my head is twice the size it should be and look around. A field of damp grass surrounded by low stone walls. Flowering bushes squat along the wall's interior, hugged by a row of pines from the outside. You want some mango juice? I cannot help you with that, Zenith. I'm sorry. I hope you can get some, though. That does sound like it hits, honestly. A giant of a tree stands watch in the center of the field, its trunk so thick 3 people linking their outstretched arms could not circle it fully. Fuzzpants is already plodding off towards it. Z circles around the tree, a paw leaning on it for support. At its base is a tangle of writhing, twisting roots, each thicker than me. Fuzzpants drags herself into an opening in the roots, leading to a shallow cave. I hesitate for a breath. It hits when you're still waking up. I believe it. I hesitate for a breath. In for a drop, in for the bottle, I tell myself, then duck inside. A second me returns my surprised stare, eyes glinting. What is a body-length mirror doing in this hollow, with an intricately worked metal frame, no less? Fuzzpants seems to have given up mid-crawl, and sprawls atop a bundle of blankets next to the mirror, snoring in a manner that suggests it gives not a fig who hears it. Fuzzpants is a great name, isn't it? What a great name for a cat. Ahem, wake up. I nudged her with a foot. Z rolls over, is still sleeping. My irritation mounts. Excuse me, you! Talk to me. Why did you bring me here? Fuzzpants struggles to sit up, looking agitated. Z jabs a claw at me, then with her other paw, rubs the top of her head and croaks something. Better than fettuccine? Do you know a cat named Fettuccine? Most of the cats I know are just named after cartoon characters. So we have Denji from Chainsaw Man fame. I have a friend whose cat's name is Kirishima from My Hero Academia fame. One of my friends, their cat's names are Power from Chainsaw Man, Husker from Hell of a Boss, and Vi, short for Violet. I'm pretty sure from Arcane / League of Legends. My grandparents' old cat before I was born, I think. Aww. Not them naming him Fettuccine. Love that. Yeah, most of the cats I know these days are named after cartoon characters and not pasta. Yeah, fettuccine's a pasta. No, it's not. Actually, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. Z could at least manage 1 or 2 words when inside. Now Z is regressed only to a guttural noises. Z repeats the motion with their pause and tries to speak again. Manages a what, then breaks into wheezes. Speaking of Hell of a Boss, kind of, I was watching Has Been Hotel earlier today. Was it your first time watching it? I will say, the animation, amazing. The music has no business being that fucking good. The writing's fine. It's not the worst written show I've ever seen. I still enjoy Has Been Hotel. I feel like they needed more time with the ideas they wanted to do. Watched it quite a few times actually. Okay. Right. I liked it. I really liked it. I'm excited for season 2, but I also feel like a lot of times episodes were built around music, or episodes and events were built around the songs instead of the songs being built around the events of the episode, because there were a lot of like musical moments that were definitely not earned by the narrative, if that makes sense. Like there were some character arcs or like little things that were just really rushed so that we could have our nice little song. Um and I don't know if that's an issue of them only having 8 episodes or if that's just like, I don't know how we got to that problem. I feel like they needed more time to handle all the things they wanted. But like that's a complaint that I've been hearing about a lot of things, cuz I know Arcane has the same fucking issue where it had too many ideas and it needed more time to work with what they wanted. Maybe I'm just a hater, but I have read Vivzy Pop's comics, so I don't think that time would have helped. Okay. So yeah, I've literally only seen Has Been and Hell of a Boss. That's my only exposure to Vivzy Pop's writing. And Hell of a Boss is fun. Hell of a Boss is fun. But I also know it's like Vivzy Pop and Brandon Rogers, and I had a Brandon Rogers phase in high school, and I'm sure he's a great guy. I definitely grew out of his humor. I definitely grew out of that kind of humor, but that is the energy he brings to Has Been, and like, you know what? By Has Been I mean Hell of a Boss. It's the same thing. Good for them. But yeah, Vivzy Pop is what it like. The vibe of her writing is like, I see where she wants to go. I see what we have, and it's like, this could be so much better. But it's not the worst thing I've ever encountered. So it's just kind of like this weird, like, I like it, but I also like have a lot of complaints. But I think most people that are into Has Been and Hell of a Boss that are not children have said the same thing. I think that's a very common a very common experience. Okay, I throw my hands up. You make no sense. Can you write? Plus Pants rubs her crown with more intensity, but all I can do is shake my head. Finally, Z gives up and hisses at me with fangs bared. I take a step back and raise my hands. Fine, no writing then. Yes, the cat writing, a brilliant idea. Yeah, with what? With what hands? Shh. Plus Pants fluffs a tiny bit, apparently startled. Not you. You talk. Z crumples and falls asleep again. Unbelievable. I rub my forehead. What do I do with Zer? Then I notice her lips move. Z talks in Zer's sleep? I lean in and listen. We do be listening. Music does a lot of heavy lifting in Has Been Hotel, honestly. It absolutely does. The music is good. The cast, amazing. There's a lot of the technical skill that goes into making Has Been and Hell of a Boss, like the animation, and the animation's really good, really fluid. I like that. It's like baby sensory videos. This is mean, but my favorite review of Has Been Hotel was the character designs where one slurs all the way down. No, but it's so true. Like, I say this not to be mean, not to dog on anyone, because I know at one point in time this was 100% my vibe. Has Been and Hell of a Boss, design-wise, very much gives, like, 2010s Hot Topic scene kid emo kind of vibe. And, like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But, like, One Slurs All the Way Down is such an accurate description. And I feel like that's just, that's, like, there's no other way to describe it. That is the truest thing I've ever heard in my life. I've never watched either of them. So to get the vibe, Zenith, they're both basically like how my brain has short circuited. They're both basically like baby's first adult cartoon. Like, wow, look how edgy I am. I say fuck and I make a lot of sex jokes, but also like there are moments of genuine profound character writing. Um or like there's a lot of potential, and I think that's what gets people like really hooked in, especially like in the fandom. There's so much potential for these characters in this world that people really like to play with. But yeah, it is basically just like baby's first adult cartoon. And I say that because I know a lot of the fandom are like minors who are probably into it because it makes them feel cool. And like, we all had that one thing we were probably too young to be watching or reading when we were teenagers. That's just how it is. That's probably been true for all of human history. Okay. She wants an offering. I already know what our cat wants. Zoo's scratchy voice trails off with a gurgle, then Z snores, long pink tongue hanging out. Water? Waters? Well, what else? If Z is Illar's familiar, then magic is definitely involved. And Z is a Lucasi pretending to be Fuzz Pants. Oh, and if Z is a Lucasi pretending to be Fuzz Pants, Z cannot be, or I would have risked my neck and followed Zoo here for naught. You do realize that wanting something to be true is no proof that it is. You have a point there. Beg pardon, but when did you start being helpful? I am always helpful. You never listen. Then help me with this. Z could be a powerful ally, and who knows? Z might tell me more about myself than Illar. You would use up what little waters you have to try to help Zer? What good would Z be if you become sunken? I grunt through my nose. I hate it when I make arguments I cannot challenge. What to do? We are going... Wait. Fuck. I don't remember. I don't remember. I think agreeing is agreeing to give the cat. Okay, it is. Sounds very Zenith coded. I mean, if you're really into like vulgar humor and I do want to say it's like sex humor in the way that like sex itself is the punchline and not the sexualization of characters being the punchline. Like I don't really know how to describe it other than like it's there are some adult cartoons that I've seen that are very like sex humor, but it's done in a way that feels like they're not laughing at the concept of like sex, but just so like um it's just humor that's very sexualized, and I don't really know how else to convey that difference in humor. I don't think anything but where you left off in Dragon Age 2, you're at the very end of Act 2. Oh, we're already almost done with Act 2 is wild. I'm gonna miss Dragon Age 2, but I'm kind of glad it's a shorter game because I have so many romances I want to play off stream. So I see myself replaying Dragon Age 2 a lot. Has Been Hotel is honestly kind of tame compared to the stuff I used to watch as a teenager, and that's fair. That's fair. I just know Has Been Hotel as a fan community get really weird about minors watching it, and they're like, if you're under 18, you should not be watching this. And it's like, I mean, I see why you're saying that, and nobody wants to go hang out with teenagers at a convention. Like, I understand why people say this, especially about like the fan communities, but at the same time, it's like all we do is say fuck and have some like silly sex jokes. This isn't, I don't think it's inherently adult. It's like 16 plus, in my opinion, but I also may not have a very accurate view of what is and isn't appropriate for certain age groups. I will admit that. But I don't think Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss are like the 18 plus of all time. Um, actually, there are like a couple scenes in some episodes that like get close to being 18 plus, but I would need to watch it again, I think. Nothing's ever like super explicit. I don't know. I just know Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, while they are like made for adult audiences, there's something juvenile about it. And that's why it appeals to so many teenagers as well. The OG edgy cartoon was South Park. Was it the OG edgy cartoon? I know that it's like one of them. Um, it's definitely one of them. They're very Okay, Kel, I'm glad other people agree with me. Cause like sometimes I'll say that about something and I'm like, I don't know if I actually know what I'm talking about. That's just the vibe. And maybe I'm just making shit up. But that is the vibe that it gives. And I don't mean anything like particularly negative about that. Like I literally like I know the kinds of stories I write also could come across a bit juvenile, but I am like I'm working on a book right now that it has like intended to be a young adult book, like intended for teenagers. So I'm leaning into that aspect or that like I guess flaw in my brain of juvenile thinking. um I don't know. SNL used to have edgy shorts in the 70s and Fritz the Cat came out in the 70s too. Yeah. I knew there was some like furry cartoons or like animal cartoons. I just couldn't remember when those were. The Simpsons caused a lot of controversy in the early 90s. Did it? I've not seen every episode of The Simpsons, but every episode that I have seen does not feel that crazy. Fitz the Cat is X rated. I've heard about that one. The like X rated cat cartoon. That's wild. Love that for them. Love that for them. Um, The Simpsons just sounds too kid friendly. Well, I will say, Zenith, there are different like cultural taboos, and America's really fucking weird and really fucking conservative about a lot of things socially. Um so that could probably be it. But also like some things that would have gotten like an R rating in the past do not do that now. Like I know the original Psycho movie, like the black and white one, is rated R. But if that were to be made today, or if exactly as it was made back then but released today, it probably would be like a PG-13 because of like murder. I don't think it would get an R rating at all. Like I watched it as a teenager with my grandma, and I'm like, why the fuck is this rated R? And she's just like, it was a different time. It's like, okay, sure, that's fair. Fritz the cat mentioned, I've been on a Bakshi kick because I just have the softest spot for rotoscoping and the color palette. Rotoscoping is really cool. I love that you can just rotoscope in animation. It never occurred to me that like you could do that until I took an animation class and we talked about rotoscoping. I was like, as someone who struggles to draw, this is great. This is great. I did I did take a video of myself like turning and bending down and rotoscoped it for my final project in my animation class. And that shit was so smooth, and I never would have been able to do that without rotoscoping because I don't have a good concept of drawing and anatomy and like how bodies move. First PG-13 movie was the second Indiana Jones movie. That was the very first one. Psycho predates the PG-13 rating. That's fair. That is so interesting that that was the very first one. I always thought that back then people had thicker skin. Apparently not. It was just different. Thicker skin in different ways and thinner skin in others. Zenith. Adults are upset because Bart Simpson said, "Eat my shorts." I've heard about that, and I genuinely don't understand what the issue is. But, like, also, there probably wasn't ever really an issue, and it's just ridiculous. The issue is probably just because he's a kid being disrespectful on TV. I don't know. Also, partly because of the time slot, Simpsons aired during prime times and South Park always aired after 10 p.m. Yes, a lot of the adult shows were relegated to, like, later normally. Look up the Hays Code. Yeah, Zenith, America's fucking weird about a lot of stuff. Like I know there were things in the UK skins, like the show skins, but like made in the UK that they aired on TV for like a I'm assuming a teenage audience. I don't actually know what the age rating was, but I'm going to assume a teenage audience that would not have been able to fly on American TV for the same age group. Um but also like I'm pretty sure all the like early colonizers were Puritans. So like that makes sense that America's weird about a lot of things. Okay. I'm gonna be real, guys. Y'all let me know if I need to slow down and read through this. We did read through this like twice last week. The long and short of it is we're gonna sacrifice basically some of our life essence, our magic to the cat, and it's gonna fix them. What the Melly? Welcome in, Hannah. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We've been yapping tonight, yapping up a storm. Although I think this game says it has 8 to 40 hours of content, but I also know we're cutting some content by not having explicit stuff happening, so we're at least cutting at least one scene. But I also like we've done the ritual. I don't know what else there is for us to do. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna give her some of our blood. And it works. No nudes, man. Come on. No nudes on Twitch. That's a Discord exclusive. I only say that because I'm streaming Dramatical Murder to Hannah, and sometimes that game gets crazy, and that game is banned on Twitch. Back to Hazbin Hotel. it is in a weird spot where the content makes it not for teens over 18, not just the sex, but also the. I forget that it's not just sex and language that makes things rated R. Thank you for bringing us back to reality, Cal. I don't know, in my brain, like, drug usage in media is just such a non-issue because I have never consumed media where it was romanticized. It was always like, I don't know. Maybe it is romanticized a bit, especially in Has Been Hotel because it's played for jokes mostly. But at the same time, it's like Angel does not look happy. He's struggling, having the worst time, and I don't see the drugs making it better. In fact, it might be a part of the problem. But I'm also an adult, so my brain's probably thinking about it more. I always forget that there are other things that contribute into age ratings. However, the way those are handled makes it mostly appeal to teens. Yeah, exactly. Cartoons doing drugs is especially a no-no. Oh, interesting. Love my mafia boyfriend. Love that for you, Henna. I love our robot boyfriend. Although I accidentally stumbled across a guide for romancing clear and dramatical murder, and Hannah, I fear we've already fucked up, but we're definitely on path to romance your mafia man. We are romancing him for real. King of the Hill had to fight extremely hard to let the conspiracy theory neighbor to smoke. That is so interesting. So I've seen I don't know if I've seen that specific episode. The thing is, my dad's watched King of the Hill on and off my entire life. So I've seen a lot of episodes just like throughout the years. But the problem with watching things semi-passively as a child is I don't remember a lot of them. But we were watching it like last year. At some point last year I was visiting and my dad was watching it. I didn't realize that a lot of the backgrounds, especially in like the opening sequence of King of the Hill, look like watercolor. And I think that show predates digital animation. I'm pretty sure. So it would have been like done on physical like cells where you would have the background and then you would have like basically these see-through sheets that would have different parts of the animation and then you kind of like yeah, on cells, yeah. Like we were watching that and I pointed it out to my dad and he's like, shit, I don't know, could be. And I was like, I think it is because this show's old and digital animation is not that old yet. Beavis and Butthead was another edgy show that predated South Park. My uncle was really into that. My uncle was really into that growing up. Um, my dad would make fun of him for it because my dad did not really care for that show. It is paint. I'm so glad to know that because I was like, this deadass looks like a watercolor painting. And I think it's cool. I think it's so cool. I love knowing just enough about the process of animation to be able to pick out little stuff like that. It's really fun. Okay. Sorry I'm skipping through this. I just don't want to read this again. Basically, we get the cat going and they've perked up a bit and now they can talk. And you know, they're a very stereotypical cat. And we smell wrong. We look the same, but we don't smell the same as we normally do, so the cat doesn't know who we are. And I think that's a really interesting thing because like our characters, they're not in their body. I don't know. It said earlier that there were like two of us. Cuz like we have our body that's under the black hole thing and then we're just like walking around. I think our soul, I don't know. Hannah, yeah, cuz you know animals recognize things through scent more than sight. And so the cat's like, you look like my owners, but you don't smell like my owners because we're not in our bodies. And the cat would normally be smelling our bodies, but the cat doesn't know what our soul smells like, I guess. Unless these are like secondary bodies. Because we also learned last week that we were like making bodies. I don't know. It was. I feel like I'm piecing things together, but I also feel like we're missing so much still. Which we absolutely are. Because I only played for like 4.5 hours last week. Okay. Yeah, the cat's basically confirming that we did live here with Illar and that there's something different. But we smell less wrong. So there's something really going on with Illar. But also, Illar didn't remember that this was their cat, basically. So we need to figure out what's going on with Illar. So I know when we did this path last week, we got the cat to basically like agree to be an ally. We got the cat to agree to be an ally by bonding with them, and then we went back to Illar, or we woke back up. We passed out because we stayed out here for too long. We stayed out here too long, and then we basically like melted and went back to the study. And Illar was like, "Yo, where the fuck have you been?" And then I decided to be a bitch. And then they killed us for being a bitch. And you know what? I didn't need to be that difficult. I don't know if I'm gonna say it was deserved, but I didn't need to be that difficult. So now we're gonna try to go down that path and not be difficult and see if it does anything different. So I'm skipping through this. I'm sorry, guys. I just don't want to like waste the time rereading stuff we've already read on stream. Okay, yeah, we're waking back up in this study. Illar is very upset with us. Okay. Cross my arms. I do, in fact, have it. I'm gonna make a save here. I'm gonna make a save here because I'm also wondering if this is gonna just take us back to the same thing that we just did. So we do have the spell. We give it to them. But we didn't do the mantra. So now we have to go do the mantra. And they're huge. Okay, this is the same so far. If we... Are we gonna pass out again and go see that crab? Okay, we did end up in that. Our souls are in this murk again. It's possible to tell the passage of time, nor space for that matter, when there is naught but blackness in every direction. The only change is the growing chill. At first a current, then a stream of gelid water soaks through me, biting and scraping. I shiver. Illar is not coming. Most likely they're in the same boat as me, aimlessly drifting through nothingness. If the eel shows up... Is this... This is the same. This is the same. Okay. Yeah, the voice in our head says, no one's gonna care that you died. You don't even have a body right now. But then we're determined. We're very determined. Okay. Oh, I found Illar last time. What happens if I only save myself? I shall save myself, then I shall cleanse my tower of that cursed hole, and none shall stand in my way. Something cracks, sharp and crisp. I lurch forward, freed from my frozen prison, still screaming. A sleek black bolt shoots from my body, a blur of shining teeth. It rebounds back to me and coils around my tendrils, pulling me onwards. I'm surging through water. A light flickers in the distance, growing larger. Distant outlines of walls, pillars, and windows waving like kelp in turbulent water. Here, an arch above the doorway. There, a marble column. The unmistakable visage of Lura carved in stone. My heart leaps with recognition. A glowing sigil hovers amid the pillars. It looks like one of those sigils from the grimoire. Silvery, glossy fibers extend from its shriveled, torn form. I draw closer. Mel. My startled voice emanates like stairs inside a cave. Oh, okay, so Illar just makes it anyway? Illar, is that you? Their feeble voice diminishes into silence. A yap rings beside me, clear as the sound of a singing bowl. A black eel regards me with their enormous eyes. I I know you. Are you the eel tattooed upon my arm? An ally? A friend? The eel barks. I was never alone. I've been to this realm before, perhaps many times. You are here to guide me, are you not? Okay, yeah, this is the same. There's hope. I will find a way. I'm not alone. Can you, do things for me? Z nods severely. Can you fetch things? Z twirls in vigorous confirmation. Could, I laugh. Can you be adorable? We got our little pet eel. Okay. This is all the same as we read last week. Do you know what we are, what sort of body this is? The eel gives a short yap and within a few blinks flattens herself into a perfect disc. I gawk in horror. On the disc's smooth, reflecting surface, I see a silver ball with tendrils. We're just floating in our spirit goop. I'm an egg. What are those? Horrible sinking feeling pulls at my stomach as my eyes fall over several jagged holes in my body, and an urge to gag rises. Ugh. As if the very act of looking has disturbed them, they start aching like old wounds. The sleek fish growls, pupils shrinking to pinpoint at something behind me. Oh, are we fighting the crab again? We're fighting the crab again. Let's not say something and see what happens. I guess it just says that. Okay, no, that's just what we say. Okay, I understand how that works now. The eel coils, fins bristling, poised to launch themselves. The claw swings up, pincers snapping, but the eel arcs around it and strikes the thick shell. It does not flinch in the slightest. Z slips under the claw, ramming the narrow joint where Z bends, only to teeter back as though Z had struck rock. Shakes off Zer daze and continues to weave around the clumsy beast with ease, yet Zer blows do no more than dislodge clouds of barnacles encrusting the monster. The two settle into a face-off, the eel circling coiled, seeking a chink in the armor, the giant pincers snapping, ready to crush Zer into a sinewy pulp. I hover uselessly on the side. The eel shoots upwards and vanishes into the darkness. The claw thrusts after Zer, but it is not fast enough. I squint, but detect no sign of Zer. What is he planning? A powerful attack? Some trickery? The creature seems well defended, an armored claw extending from a giant conch. A crab of sorts? A black arrow descends swift and silent. Z plunges into the shell before the claw can intercept it. The crab shudders violently, emits a gurgling noise, and retracts its claw back into its hole. I stare, holding my breath, tendrils curling tight. The creature rocks to and fro like a top thrown from its spin, making a sound like bells and cymbals crashing into a heap. At last, it floats motionless and silent. I drift forward gingerly. Has he won? The shell convulses. Barnacles rain down from its underside. The eel barrels out, narrowly avoiding being snatched by the pursuing claw. Z swoops to my side, whimpering. Oily fluids ooze from the terrible gashes on their body. I wrap her in my tendrils gently. Z makes a muffled yap and turns her head to me, a luminous fish in her jaw. Yeah, give that back. Okay, yeah, this is the same. We stole something from the crab. Now it wants it back. It's a shard. We gave it back last time, but it was so that they would help us save Illar, but if we're not doing that this time, then maybe we can do something with it. Okay. Yeah, all of this is the same so far. Yeah, Eel was simply defending. We didn't mean to steal, but we stole anyway. Okay, we are being kind of rude to this creature. Okay. Return with my companions to our realm. This is just gonna save Illar again, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. All of this is the same. I remember this. Okay. Eyelids drift down to their lulling rustles. The rustling gains a rhythm like that of wind tossing the tips of dewy grass. I open my eyes to the moons glowing in the violet night sky. Then the glowing discs lurch and I wince from a pressure around my ankles. Whatever grips them tugs again and my back slides along the damp ground. I yelp as my head bumps into something hard, probably a rock. Release me, you beast! I wiggle my leg. Fuzzpants glances at me, then liberates my garment from the clutches of Zer claws and stretches languidly. You owe me life now, Z purrs. I stand up, light and nimble, squeezing my fists and marveling at the vitality surging through my flesh. What are you doing? I glance around. Why did you bring me here? You were not going to eat me, were you? Zer ears fall flat. What do you think I am, a wild beast? I twist my lips. You should thank me. I take you away from the stinking place. It's even worse now. If I leave you there, you'll stink too. Then who will feed me? Really now? I sniff at an armpit. Hold, worse? Did something occur in the study while I... A monstrous groan rings out into the night air, shaking the earth. Cold sweat drenches my skin. Something just out of the roof of the study, a black gash in space where no stars shine. It twists and tears upwards through the tower, spasming with calamitous power. Stones and timber rain down as the tower falters under the stress. Lifting my eyes, I glimpse a sky besieged by a flurry of fluttering papers, myriad sheets spiraling skyward. Objects assault the ground around me, chunks of stone, hardcover books, glass, half a door, the scrapes of a bed frame. An instant later, an instant later, a deafening noise rends the air. The ground lurches beneath my feet. A fierce rush of wind thrusts me downward, and there echoes a sound like the roar of 1,000 beasts. Darkness surrounds me. I gape for air. My mouth stings, clogged with thick grit. My ears, my eyes. I cough despite myself. The sound is muffled. Only my heart drums above the sursurs of hailing debris. At my back, something metallic groans. The telltale crack of a beam splintering echoes overhead. I cannot stay here. I begin to crawl through the blackness, cloth snags tearing with a growl behind me, metal and packed stone beside my shoulder. I put my hands out and feel for something, anything. There! I trace the edge with my fingers carefully. Wood. Engravings, swirls, a spiraled corner. Mostly whole. I latch onto it, heaving my body up. My legs shake like a newborn fawn's, then buckle. I hit the dirt with a grunt. Blinded, I grab hold of the object and with its weight pull myself forward. Something sharp rakes across my ribs as I crawl, and I let out a pained hiss but dare not slow my pace. Above me, metal screams, glass rattles at my feet. I pull harder. A flash of light, red against my eyelids. Heat from burning oils sears my nostrils. I reach out with one hand, another carving. No, no, roots, hard roots, the foot of the grandmother tree. I scrabble my fingers and nails into the bark, clinging for any grip. A flash of moonlit wood, green with lichen. I stagger, chest first upon it. My hands slip, gray and slick with dust, but bloodless. Light stings my eyes. Hunched over, sputtering, I survey the area. The tower lies in ruins, a mere heap of rubble. No more buzzing, no more groaning, just the eerie silence of destruction. A monstrous groan rings out into the night air, shaking the earth. Cold sweat breaks out all over my skin. My tower is gone. Fuzzpants inclines her nose and sniffs. Good, the stench is gone. Illar, I abandoned them there. What? Did they die? Or do they yet live, trapped in that other realm? Who? What do you mean, who? Illar. What was the name? White Fur? How should I know? I do not see them for many moons. Truly? They were here only a moment ago. They attacked you. How could you not remember? White fur smells agreeable and would never attack me. Z inhales again with evident approval and pads away. What does Z mean? What in the depths happened? With the tower gone, I might never receive answers. I sighed dejectedly. I am tired. I have had enough. What now? I ask with dwindling enthusiasm. Now you come with me. To where? And why would I? I saved your life. You owe me. Saved my... What are you talking about? Z swishes her tail over my face. I flinch and scratch the itch on my nose. Who do you think pulled your body out of that tome? You did that? Then you genuinely saved me. Of course. Z sharpens a nail. You're useful. You feed. Ah, here I thought you did so out of the magnanimity of your heart. That too. I am magnanimous to a fault. I stare at Zerk quizzically. Where to are we bound? Z stamps a leg on the stone and thrusts a claw into the distant horizon. There. What is there? Duran, my future kingdom. The end? Okay. I'm so confused, guys. I'm so confused. Do we have any more? We could come back here and see how this plays out, but I think they're just gonna kill us again. But we'll tell them to get the spell themselves. Get the damn spell yourself. You use me as a tool and I've had enough of it. No, the air rumbles as Illar speaks. A tool actually fulfills its function. What are you? They continue dryly. What you are is a liability. I've been confused from the start, for real. Honestly, J-Train, me too. It's been a good kind of confused, but I am getting to the point now where I don't really know what to do next. We might see this through till the end, and I might swap to a different game if y'all are chill with it. Or we can just yap. I'm just a little confused. We might do some Googling. We can do some Googling. Alright, yeah, you are a liability. Yet I'm the one here who has the means to avert this disaster. The words ooze out of me. If you find me lacking, you are welcome to make an attempt yourself. Fuming with rage, I glare at them. Surprisingly, Illar drops their head and stares at the floor. I cannot deny being somewhat disappointed. I demand an... My mouth clamps shut. Breath is forced from my lungs as if my chest is squeezed by an invisible hand. The air shimmers and twirls with intense heat, scalding against my skin. A scream bubbles up my throat, unable to escape. I claw at my neck, eyes bulging. The ground trembles as they speak. Are you sure about that? Yes, so they kill us again. Okay. Whatever you feel like doing, I'm good with. Alright. I want to know, but I don't know what other paths we can take. So I'm very, lost. Each syllable is a scorching blow against my body. I just won't say anything. Oh, that's what I said before. Wait. We'll say something. We'll actually say something. Okay. You fiend, you'll regret this. The chamber shakes like the earth itself is breaking. You're right. Words blow away layers of crisping skin. I scarcely twitch in response. I'm a fool. The cacophony simmers down to a hum. Just the Abyss Devara and me. And me now. As it should have been. As it was meant to be. As I deserve. What do you mean? Then there's nothing but a sea of scarlet. An 8-limbed eye opens, spanning from the horizon to crimson horizon. She sets her countless eyes upon me. I laugh a joyous laugh. Her gaze is absolute love, melting me sliver by sliver. There's only laughter now, the laughter of silence. What music, this silence. What liberating love, this terror. What I had imagined to be me drips and swirls into the infinite, 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 infinite center. Never reaching, never ceasing. In that center, Sruthrul opens her loving mouth and sings. Yeah, no, we died again. What is happening? Why is it so dark? Where am I? What is happening? Okay, so the red text is that creature. My ears, what is that? Wake up, little Magus. By the depths, someone is here. The question is, why are you here? I have no idea. My head, everything hurts. Why am I here? You're going in circles looking for a way out. What? I do not understand. By going in circles, no ground can be gained. In order to move on, one must move onwards. Now go and reflect on your actions. Go now. Like waters, little Magus, I'll be here. Okay. So that's the game telling us to do something else, and I'm confused. I'm very confused. We'll come here. I'm gonna do a little Googling. I'm gonna do a little Googling while we enjoy the music of this game. It helps if I spell it right. Okay. Can I get, like, a walkthrough? Okay. Oh, the person who made the game made a guide. Okay. Love that. Okay. You need a minimum of 12 unique deaths to even be able to unlock the true ending. Okay. Love that. So it sounds like we do need to start over and just, like, play through some new stuff. Are y'all down for that? We can go, so... We'll use this guide, because I don't think I've done these things, and that'll get us on a new path. Okay. For the first time in many seasons, the waves and the wind were the only voices singing farewells to Sruthrul. I waited. The colors of the sky changed as I sat. Tensions crawled up my throat. They were late. Clouds stifled the light. Heavy droplets started pelting the ground. I'm pretty sure this game starts from the cat's perspective. Pressing my lips together, I stood. It was pouring then. The wind ripped at my soaked shirt. Thick, warm red. A sickly sweet scent filled my nose. I dared a lick. What was the question? I had to run off real quick. Oh, I found a guide, so we started over and we're going to follow this guide because it gets us to something I know we haven't seen yet. And I was saying, I'm like, it kind of seems like we start from the cat's perspective. I'm not really sure. Just the, like, they were late and knowing that the cat was, like, waiting to be fed, but Illar wasn't feeding them because something has happened to Illar. So, I don't know. Right, metallic, greasy. This is wrong. Darkness fell, reducing my hands to silhouettes. A sense of urgency gripped me. I hurried to the looming tower and threw the doors open. Where are you? Endless empty halls echoed my question. There, at the far corner, I thought I glimpsed a figure disappearing into the dark. Wait! I ran after them, feet echoing on the wet stone. Wait! What was their name again? I cannot remember. Why can I not remember? Hardly surprised. Oh no, this is just actually us. We must have been out there with a cat. Hardly surprising. Coming to a halt, I whipped around. Overlord, welcome in! Welcome in, Overlord. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, I forgot to put the game back up. Anyway, welcome in, Overlord. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're still at this game. I died. Again, we have to die 12 times to unlock 12 unique deaths to unlock the true ending. I don't know if I'm going to do that on stream, but we are doing the emotional Illar route. I found a guide because I was very lost and confused of what to do next. Okay. Coming to a halt, I whipped around. When will you take responsibility? My skin crawled. I turned and ran as fast as I could. I reached the end of the hallway, seized the handle there, and wrenched it down. The door burst open. The room was empty. Not here. Somewhere else? Another door, another shriek of the hinges. Nothing. I ran trembling fingers through my hair, nails digging into my scalp, and shuddered at the crimson smeared everywhere. Julie's kiss the Frenchie. We're doing that route now. Actually, I don't know if you get to kiss him, but we are doing the route where it says you do get to hug them. So that's kind of the same thing. I wiped my hands on my clothes over and over, harder and harder. It would not come off. Teeth clenched, I pushed through yet another door. Look at you, covered in filth, chasing some childish fancy. We Frenchie the kiss while you were out. Got us up to reach enlightenment, many such cases. Yeah, no, absolutely. I know I'm reading through the intro again, but I am probably going to start, like, being lazy and skipping through stuff that we've seen until we get to new things. A hot breath rasped in my throat. My legs trembled. I was terrified, exhausted. Why have I been running so fast? Why am I struggling? Eyelids heavy, I let comforting numbness envelop me. I sank down. Rest just for a moment. Good for us. You missed the smoochy scene? Don't worry, Overlord. We didn't actually see that. We didn't see that at all. I don't think there's anything new here. We'll just be skipping through. Skipping through until Illar wakes us up. Right. The buzzing. Still in one piece. A hand is laid upon my forehead. I grumble, wishing to swat it away, but manage only a twitch, a single pitiful spasm. Damn, we're in terrible shape. Here's our special little vibe. Okay. There's our second bodies, or our first bodies. Me when I lie. We love lying on the internet. It's Barmy's favorite pastime. Okay, I guess quick little recap. This is the black hole thing that we have to stop. Illar says we have to do a ritual to do it. That's killed us multiple times. And that's kind of where we are now. And there's our special partner. Okay, there's two of them. They're melting right now. And there's a fuck-ass creature. We're gonna just keep the default name Ven. The guide says to do that, but it also says no impact, but we'll do it anyway. Yo, our name is Ven. I am Ven? Not to slight a dire situation, but what a time to lose your memories. Yeah. No memories. Okay. And Illar is just being a little shit. But you know what? We love that. We really love that. And we can just, yeah, see the pre-made. Because I think that design is kind of fire. That's what we look like. And this is bizarre for us. We don't remember Illar. But, like, we do remember Illar. And they're happy that we remember them. And that's true love. That's just the J. Vic way, because everyone knows Jason Victor from Arcane invented love. Okay. Yeah, merely a name. And we just get to go through. They melt. And that's so sad. They disappeared. They're gone. And now it's just here. But we do need to search the room for the desk and the grimoire. Okay, we rise unsteadily to our feet. Oh, our first difference? Okay, so the cat that, this is before we know the cat's helpful. Okay, we flip it open, we found our grimoire. We don't understand it, but it's in our handwriting. Oh, we hear something. What should we do? We slowly turn around. A set of arched doors lead to a hallway lined with pillars and a dense with shadows, like the mouth of a titanic beast. An amber glint flashes. Another scratch. It's our cat. It's Fuzzy Pants. Fuzz Pants. Love that. I think it's so funny, like, before I knew this was 100% a cat, I was like, it's kind of giving owl. The creature is creaturing. Okay. I know if I stab myself, if I take this, it kills me. We cannot listen to it. We have to let it do its thing. Okay. And then we flee. Alright, the cat is catting now. Wait, are we... Oh yeah, no, it's still the cat. And the cat speaks. We've been knowing that. Creatures creaturing? Perish the thought. Me when the creatures are creaturing. Surprise! Illar's fine and attacking our cat because they don't know that's our cat. Rest in peace. Alright. The next thing I'm supposed to pick has not come up yet, so I guess what we did here doesn't matter. Okay. The cat leaves because we're not pursuing it. We're not gonna kill cats in this house. Never. Okay. We thought you died, and they're just out here with the smuggest looking grin. Lips over here. I'm glad that we're all very normal about this person. All right. Lost confidence for a second. Hold the tears, dear. I'm very much alive. Why is this like the type of characters I like? A few theatrics were needed for the sake of our uninvited guest. We love to see it. Okay. Melting. Why are you melting? We hate to see it. Improvise. Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Potential trouble? What does it even mean? Be more specific, homie. A Lucasi. Girl, I don't know what that is. Can't resist the scent of vulnerable prey. In this case, the prey was me. Perhaps it's hungry. Maybe it is. Maybe we're accidentally neglecting our pet because we have forgore. We completely forgore about it. Alright, homie. Is everything fine? Okay. Yeah. Illar does not give us straight answers. I think it is kind of interesting how the game is like, hey, here's this pretty person. Can you trust him? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But, like, here's all these hints about how much they cared about you in the past. But then also they kill you. And also they're pushing you to do this ritual that is definitely going to kill you. And it's like, okay. What? What's going on? Who is this? Who are we? What are we? Okay. Yeah, the knife spoke to me. What a freak. It's alive, but not in the way we are. Why is it talking that it's disturbing? Fused it with magic. About damn tone? What do you mean, raging? Also, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Yeah, he's explained to me how bodies work. I have to keep looking at my guide to make sure I, like, remember that we're doing something. About time? Sure. You only have Raging Friendship for a little more than a month. My free trial to Raging Friendship expires when the new Persona game comes out. The timing on that? Crazy. That's wild. Who am I gonna talk to about JVic afterwards? Okay. Yeah, Illar, frustrating. But apparently that's the kind of person I like. You have Hannah. It's not as funny. It's not as funny. You do have to make time to kiss Astarion, though, between all of your Persona gacha runs. I don't know what the gameplay is like on that game. You do still have to kiss Astarion. So for once a week, we can still be friends. Okay. Illar, I don't know what's going on, and quite frankly, I never really have. This choice is not in the guide, so I guess it does not matter. Time to speedrun Baldur's Gate 3? I mean, we kind of already are speedrunning a tad. And that's just what happens when you play the game 30 billion times. Okay, we'll just be chill with it. It's normal. Perfectly normal. Yeah, so flesh and spirit bodies, we know that. Okay, reckless, we're reckless, much to Illar's dismay. Honestly, the more I learn about this world, the more it makes sense that Illar is very, like, put out with us, because this is our fault. This is 100% our fault. I just got an Amber Alert for a town 4 hours away from me. Okay, sure. I don't think I'm gonna be able to help with that. Anyway, it makes sense that Illar is frustrated with us, because, like, this is our fault. We did do this, I'm pretty sure. This is, like, related to whatever we found in the basement. It feels related to our quest for immortality that they were not on board with. We aren't speedrunning that hard. I guess not. It have to be after the F1 races. We can work with that. We can work with that. Speedrunning, just so you don't have to kiss Astarion for long. No, you can't speedrun kissing Astarion. You speedrun to kiss Astarion. It's just like the first time I played the game. I mean, my 1,000 hours in New Vegas does make me want to speedrun Dead Money. That's so fair. Oh no, a serial killer in the neighborhood? I don't think so, Overlord. I don't think so. I don't know. Good thing F1 races are usually at, like, the crack of dawn. Yeah, I'm definitely still asleep. F1 races, that's sleep time. Rest in peace to all American F1 fans out there. Although I do think it's funny, my friend Daniel, who lives in the Netherlands, whenever there are F1 races in the US, he's like, oh, I have to stay up so late, because he goes to bed quite early most nights. It's Oscar time. Well, you can have Oscar time. I will be sleeping. I may not actually be asleep. Things that are early for you are not as early for me sometimes. Gonna say the hottest take. Say over Shadowheart. Another thing we can agree on? That's wild. That's wild. And not the nurse lady. The nurse lady in Persona 5. That's where it's at. Y'all need better taste. Don't know who that is, but Parrish. It's a Persona 5 character, Barmy. She's like a... Like... She's not a lawyer. I don't think she's a lawyer. She's like an investigator, detective, prosecutor. I don't know what she is. I've never been in a courtroom. Should love Lando, though. She is a lawyer? Then why is she interrogating us? The nurse trumps all. You are based. Thank you, Zenith. Thank you. A prosecutor is a lawyer. See, I haven't played Ace Attorney yet. I've never been in the court of law. I didn't know these things. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we just be forgetting everything. And Illar is not being very helpful. They do not want to explain anything. Okay. I was secretive. Very over the top about keeping my grimoire safe. Tell me, homie. Cassie's still around. It'll try to get to you. Oh, okay. One of the things that I thought we had to do, we missed it already because this word is slightly different, but it's fine because there's a no impact. Prosecutor does do interrogations. They're just called something else. I forget what they're called. More a lawyer for the record. Also, Tay is kind of slay still. Tay is very slay. That's wild though. The most I know about the law. Actually, I think Astarion's more equipped to be a lawyer than I am. Or a judge or magistrate, whatever the fuck he was. And I am like 99%, there's no like lore or anything in the game that says this, but I am 99% certain Astarion was a Nepo baby. I don't think he honestly earned that position as a magistrate. I think it was given to him. Never played Ace Attorney, but I knew a girl who was into it, so I picked up a lot of lore by osmosis. That's fair. I have a couple friends that are also very into Ace Attorney, and I've been like kind of interested. It does seem like it's fun. Say is cooler in your opinion? I cannot agree. I simply cannot agree. Tay just has the better character design. The art book makes it sound like he conned his way into the job. Does it? Oh, I love that. I love that. Not a Nepo baby, but still not qualified. Okay. I kind of love that. He just conned his way in. I love that there's no way he was qualified for doing all that. Fell off with my Ace Attorney skills. I'm struggling with the intro cases. Oh, rest in peace, Barmy. I think lawyers are cool as much as I would not want to be one. So you love Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. He studied law. He was studying to be a lawyer. As much as I hate Astarion. Oh, rest in peace. Tay was the only woman I wanted in P5, but after finishing it a total of 200 hours later, I realized I only scraped the tip of the iceberg. Oh. I didn't realize the game was that long. I'm gonna be real, gang. I got Persona 5 knowing jack shit about it. I did not know it was 200 hours long. Okay. We're gonna be in this for the long haul. You can beat Persona 5 Royale in less than 100. Okay. Work. Love that. We'll see where I end up. It's great because I'm not streaming Persona 5. So I can play it faster. I love to hate Dio. That's fair. Me with that fuck-ass butler in Black Butler. Rage quit Ace Attorney since I lost several cases. Like, why do I always have to know face expressions? You have to read face expressions in Ace Attorney? We're cooked. 200 is a long playthrough in my opinion, even for a Persona game. Okay, that makes me feel better. 100 hours feels more reasonable. 200 is like, wow, that's like 2 to 3 whole Baldur's Gate playthroughs, you know? Okay, the creature's still around. I just need to get to our next decision so we can get to new content. I think our next decision is looking at the grimoire. Oh yeah, they're cutting me. Guys, it's Toxic Yaoi. Anyway. It's not completely long. It just racks up hours per playthrough every new game. Oh, okay. I thought you meant 200 was like one entire game and not just all of the gameplay you had done. It's the second trilogy. You have to read people, and it sounds way cooler than it actually is. Yeah, I'm kind of shit at reading facial expressions. When my sister got diagnosed with autism and my mom was like learning more about it and starting to suspect that I had autism, she called me into her office one day and she's like, "Look at these pictures and I want you to tell me what you think they're feeling." I learned a skill that I did not have that day. And then a week later, she said, "You might want to consider looking into autism. Since you're over 18 already, I can't take you. You gotta do this yourself." And I was like, "Oh, work." That we're in the kissy route. Why are we being cut open? Overlord, it is the inherent eroticism of violence, I fear. The inherent eroticism of violence. Also, that's just how it starts. It, they cut us to like give us some sort of like tangible physical thing to hold on to help us remember what we're supposed to be doing so that we don't get lost in the sauce of this goop. Oh, not the oh, has Raging realized a skill that he also does not have? Like they're cartoony, but it requires sort of knowing beforehand that they're lying and about what, which you don't know if this is your first playthrough. Oh, so like the actual execution of using that kind of gameplay is just a little wonky. That's interesting. I still feel like I'd be bad at it. Like it is easier to read cartoon expressions because they are often very exaggerated, but I don't know if they probably still would be in Ace Attorney. I know what the games look like. Okay, we got to go to our grimoire. Illar is so fucking dramatic. Okay, the grimoire is evil, and I'm gonna say Illar needs me. The grimoire is evil. There's some kind of evil fucked up voice in our head. Not so much inherent eroticism of violence, it's more like it's parallel. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. Barmy, you kind of cooked with that. You cooked with that, actually. Actually, because you get a lot of like enemies to lovers as well, and a lot of like character dynamics where like the lines between love and hate are very very blurred. That you cooked. Apathy is the opposite here. Damn. I don't know why I've never thought of that before. Okay. We need to start in the middle of our grimoire. Do they? They saved me once. They deceived you. They hurt you. And you do not? Wait a minute. Yeah, no, this is fine. I think the guide only has the choices that like actually kind of matter and not every choice in the game. Okay. In the Discworld series, Terry Pratchett said that hate is love turned the other way. Damn. Damn. You hate to see it. And I feel like both hating something, like actually hating something, and loving something requires a degree of like passion that does not apply to like hating when something is done to you, or like for example, like if you hate being picked up, you're not like passionate about being picked up or not being picked up, you just want your boundaries respected. That's different. But like in terms of like hating a person or like hating a concept, like you have to have the passion to actually care about disliking it instead of just being like, oh, it is what it is. One example of a case in Ace Attorney, the defendant has a very solid defense and they are apparently a solid alibi, but I missed a smirk apparently and lost the case. Ace Attorney bullshittery. I can feel the seething resentment and the anger about this. I can feel it, Overlord. No, I would crash out. What do you mean I miss a smirk? Half the time, cartoon characters just have a default smirking face. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, we gotta start in the middle of the grimoire. We kind of started this already. Okay, we're gonna start in the middle. A large coin engraved with what looks like a silhouette of a person catches my eye. I flip open the page it marks and see. I Ven Fen Uran, High Adept of Aom, Farseer, Savior of Duran Square, Guardian Preferent, do mark these pages with my warden's utterance. May all who trespass upon them see only the murk of the roiling seas. May Davarna of the Four Fathoms aid in their protection and thwart any who would bring them harm. Sublimation, the great work. The temporary liberation of heart from the profane vessel is not new in itself. We've read this. This is where we were trying to get that immortality, separate ourselves from our bodies. It's like we watched Serial Experiments Lane and said, yeah, I can exist without a physical body. That's what I want to do. I think in the examples you just described, that's more loathing than hatred. Loathing is cold, where hatred is hot. That makes sense. That makes sense. I've never really had I've never really thought about a difference between loathing and hatred. Loathing was just like a fancier way of saying you hated something in my brain. I didn't realize there was a difference. That does make sense though. That's wild. Okay. Yeah, this is our fucking immortality project. Sounds important, but I do not understand most of it. Yeah, we do not know. Be flexible and look for something else. Okay. Judging by the size of the book, it might take me a moon or two simply to read through it. I will have to show more wit if I want to survive. I idly scratch at the itching cut, scrutinizing the rest of the desk. If I had conducted a ritual recently, there might be some evidence of that. Freshly jotted notes or hastily stored ingredients, perhaps? There must be something. Come on, Ven, think like yourself. If I was myself, where would I look? Thick Thick Corlarian locks are set into each lower drawer. A furtive tug, then a firm pull nets me not but a dull click. Yeah, we're gonna look through the doors for the letters. It can be both, J-Train. I hate Ace Attorney. 11-year-old me was seething and loathing and stuff. The duality of man, the duality of hatred here, we love to see it. We love to see it. Okay, let's open this drawer. Let's look at these letters. Sounds like you both hated and loathed Ace Attorney. It's a complicated relationship, truly. Okay, we found our flowers, and we're gonna look for our letters. Today, we lunch by the riverbank. You have until mid-afternoon to come voluntarily, or else be picked up bodily and carried downstairs by me. Consider this letter your one and only warning. Love that. What kind of a threat is this? Does lunch not involve food? Why would I refuse food? This makes no sense. We were accidentally on the Illar romance path in the past, and then at some point fucked it up. Okay. I'm telling you this for the 100th time already. I know, but you are amazing. I mentioned how cute Z was, but I never imagined you'd actually allow one in the tower. Our new friend is perfect. I'm thinking about properly naming Zer for Zer 100th birthday, so we can have a real familiar. We need something respectable. Fuss pants, perhaps? They sound happy? Cool. A strange feeling stirs in my chest. These are written to me. They must be. I grab another one. You really must rest and relax for a while. The study has become your prison. I don't wish it to be your tomb as well. I trust you didn't recruit me for that kind of undertaking. Was I some kind of recluse? Not us being a recluse. A deep rumble shakes my body. I look towards the abyss Devara, its form obscured by the dense debris circling it. The rumbling settles into a gathering hum. It is hard to even think with the noise, but if it gets no worse, I might still struggle through more of these and perhaps piece together what happened to me. A waste of time. There could be something here, a clue perhaps. I reach for another letter. A force strikes my gut, knocking the wind out of me, and I double over. You forgot, and now it's too late. A pain pulses in my wrist. Perhaps I should go back. Too late. Straining, I snatch a few more letters and turn to leave, but something is wrong. Letters are drifting down to the floor, my hands now glowing wisps of smoke. The odor of rotten eggs fills my nose. Biting heat creeps up my arms. As I stare, my skin becomes translucent. Fluids pump through my veins with each heartbeat. Horror, fascination. I am frozen, unable to look away. Parts of my skin bulge and tear open, spilling ooze that drifts away into the unseen currents. The eel on my arm shudders, wriggles from the confines of my skin, and swims away. I giggle. My vision blurs. Lines and shapes meld. I am alone, a raft in the storm. Helpless. You fail at every turn. A greasy, metallic smell fills my nose. I am alone now. Snap out of it. Arms wrap around me and pull me up through the dense liquid. My head breaks the surface and I feel firm stone under my feet once again. I am eased onto something soft. Hot, bright needles withdraw from my skull. I moan, overwhelmed by their absence. Welcome back. Illar plops down on the seat next to me, smoothing their disheveled hair. That words buzz in my head, incoherent, overlapping. I swallow and press my cheek into the soft cushion, focusing on its texture, on the faint smell of incense permeating it. A palm touches my head. I twitch. It goes away. It comes back. Small motions. Stroking. You lingered, didn't you? A tremor runs through me, grows into heaving, escaping my mouth as a soundless laughter. Ridiculous. Me, looking for a recipe to close a portal? Helping this stranger who drags me about, hurts me, tells me it'll be easy? Straightforward. Do not overthink it, they say. My sides are sore from laughing. My world is a blur. Maybe it is better like that. It will all end in the dark depth anyway. Why suffer by delaying it? Illar's awkward patting resumes. Dreadful, isn't it, to find yourself in such a strange place, not remembering, not knowing, peril around every corner. I hear death is not unlike that. You go to the seas, but not as yourself. You go as a new thing, emptied of the past like it never was. Maybe it's not much worse than this. What am I supposed to say? Almost sounds nice in a way. I roll their words on my tongue, emptied of the past, a new thing. It almost sounds nice in a way, I say after a while. It does. Why not? We say we stop struggling and let things take their course, then what? We get to leave all this behind and end up in the seas as something new? Illar's face is unreadable. A fresh start. I turn onto my back, closing my eyes, letting my heart drift. I would be a dolphin, perhaps. You would be an eel for what you did to my wrist. I imagine us swimming around, singing, playing, haunting fisheries. I smile wistfully. I feel Illar lying down next to me, the back of their hand touching mine. I do not flinch this time. Aside from the fact that dolphins aren't fish, that does sound somewhat less cumbersome. But why do you get to be a dolphin? Are you sure you lived such a good life? Is Illar saying we're not dolphin material? I have a hunch. Really? What kind of hunch? Hard to say. I feel right. Is that so? Must have been a decent sort. It is hard to imagine someone who has lived a terrible life would feel like this, memories or no. They scoff. That's some questionable logic. Wait, why are you asking me if I was good? Do you not know what kind of person I was? Maybe. Do not maybe me, this is important. If we are to jump into that thing, I would really like to know what kind of fate to expect. Now it's jumping in? Why not? If it happens either way, I would rather not sit here and stare at it more than I have to. Would you? In that case, if jump you must, leap out of a high window instead. There are no new beginnings in the abyss. I shall take that into consideration. You did not answer my question. How was I? Illar turns to me, weighing me with their dark eyes. You were a decent sort. I grin. Most of the time. Hey, I poke at their ribs. They harumph and give me an odd look. I burst out laughing. Illar stares at me with mounting perplexity, but a dimple of humor too. It's hard to believe that they are the same person from before. Come to think of it, I cannot believe I am the same person as moments ago. Like how a tossed stone disturbs the serenity of water's surface, Illar's smile drops. They sit up and busy themselves with removing a piece of paper from the sole of their shoe. I cough, sitting up too. Consequently, if this finding a spell and sealing off the abyss business goes amiss, we have a backup plan. What do you say? Backup plan, sure. Illar stands up and dusts themselves off. So, what did you find in the grimoire? My face scrunches. There was one entry that gave me a strange feeling when I read it, like it could be important. It seems I was working on something called sublimation. How much do you know of it? More than I care to. What was I trying to do exactly? I often wonder that myself. Were we not partners? How do you not know? You're just full of questions, aren't you? They chuckled dryly. Am I amusing to you? A high magus seeking answers from me is not just amusing, it's hysterical. I squint at them. Are you not a high magus yourself? No. Oh, but you are familiar with my research. Believe me, Illar gives me a sad smile. It's better for you if you leave it be. You are being dramatic. Whatever I did, it cannot possibly be as bad as you're insinuating. Illar tilts their head back. For a few breaths, we stand in silence. There's a kind of fish that lives their entire lives in the falls that feed the sea. Life for them is a perpetual struggle. Ever upstream they swim, because salt water is deadly to them. We are the fish? With a turn of the wrist, Illar beckons me to continue. If I was such a fish, I would try to escape. And sublimation is that escape from the struggles in life? The struggle of life, Illar adds matter-of-factly, then shakes their head. That's how it always starts. It? Being discontent with one's lot, asking, is there a way out? Is it not the right question to ask? They sigh. A way out, I whisper. I do not understand what that even means. Did I want to die? But what was all the research about then? Killing oneself is difficult, but not exactly complicated. Die? Sees no. You wanted immortality. Freedom from the body and all the rules it is subject to. That checks out. Illar scoffs. Swimming without water would be easier. One could swim in oil. How close did I get? You're here, aren't you? How close? Tell me. No, I've said more than enough. We're just gonna drop the subject. Deciding not to press them further, I let the moment pass and the tension churning between us dissipates into something more tolerable. You didn't find any mention of the ritual we needed? Absolutely not. None. Illar begins to pace back and forth, brown-knitted, muttering. There could be hundreds of spells in that book. Those are not uncommon ritual components. Not to mention there are my musings thrown into the mix. Yeah, this is the same. We don't know anything about this spell. We don't know what it is. You'll have to do better than this? I'm trying. I don't even know what's going on. I do not see you diving face first into the book. Illar's eyes bore into me. Should I mention the letter? It doesn't say. I'll just... I roll my shoulders and stretch my arms. If that is all, I'm ready to try again. They nod. I'll be here. Okay. We're back at the grimoire. We don't know what's going on. We're looking for a round gate, black salt, and a mantra. So, we're asking the book. And the voice in our head says it's not gonna work, but it's fine. We know this works. We've been here before. It was the 58th spell. Or at least we counted to 58. Okay. Think of your body, your blood. Yeah, we know this ritual's gonna kill us. We know this is gonna kill us. And that's basically what this is telling us right now. And it's speaking to us because the grimoire hates me. The grimoire is giving us depression. Message left by someone. I can't believe the evil book is gonna say evil, mean things to me. And we hate it here. Sorry, I am skipping through the stuff that has not changed. How is a squint a spell? Anything can be a spell, Overlord, if you try hard enough. Alright, we're counting our steps. We're not gonna tell them. Did you find the spell? Yes. Damn. Okay. And it was evil. It was unpleasant. Too late? Yeah, no. We gotta tell him. And it's the one. It is the one, and Illar really only cares about surviving. Which, you know what? Fair. I guess. And they do not care about us. Actually, I don't think that's true. It all felt wrong. Did you copy the sigil, or it talked? It said we did not copy the sigil. Okay, and they're not gonna listen. The spell is wrong. The spell feels wrong. Can you not trust me? I feel like... I feel like we might have missed something, but well, maybe this was the right dialogue path. Okay. You don't trust me on this? If you had been in my boat, I'm not sure that you would still want anything to do with that spell. I've never felt so horrible in my life. You barely know your name. What do you know about horror? True, I guess. What was it like exactly? Yeah, the first time we touched the grimoire, our body melted. Illar sweeps a few floating strands from their shoulder, giving me an unimpressed look. They also melted earlier. Actually, I think this is the same dialogue path we picked with them the first time we were here. And that's exactly what they feel with the abyss. Did Illar get sucked into the abyss? At some point? Because they seem a lot more familiar with it. And the cat did say, or Fuzzpants did say, that Illar smells more wrong than we do. Okay. Yeah, we're arguing, and it's stupid to argue right now. Okay. Not the screams. But we gotta get back in there. We gotta get back in there, because Illar is experiencing the horrors. And I do not know what's going on. All of this is the same. Okay. Learning about new magics. Reason all this is confusing you don't remember magic. It's always been dangerous to anyone whose will is untrained. Sick. Going to meet the cat lady thing monster creature? Probably. We'll probably meet them again. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, because we don't know what's going on. It's extra dangerous. What you found must be the right spell. Okay, sure. It is the right spell. So we're gonna do this, I guess. Zenith popping off. That was Zenith? I assumed it was Overlord. I'm sorry, Zenith. What is Zenith popping off over? Are you playing Marvel Rivals? I have a feeling you'd say that. Give me some answers, homie. Was it just the two of us living in this tower? Should I ask about how we met? Or anything? How long have we known each other? They make a sound, half grunt, half sigh. What? It's a natural thing to ask. 9 turns or so? They answer flatly, looking somewhat miserable. So is that like 9 years? Is that a long time? Sruthul circles the sky 300 times in a turn. What do you think? Is it a long time? Shrew shrew, I mutter the eerily familiar word. What is that again? They went, really? I blink innocently. The burning mass that lights the world, the primordial fish. What will you ask next? What is a fish? I know what fish are. They're the hairy things with 4 legs that crawl in the corners. Illar's eyes bulge. Traveling with Hannah and Shadow? Sick. I hope you guys are having a great time. We jest. Very funny. They are not laughing. You are too easy sometimes, but wow, this is a lot of days. Blink of an eye, it feels like, they murmur, eyes distant, like the dawn fog under Shruthrill's heat. A moment of silence descends upon us. Scrolls glide by, quivering from the abyss, Devar's rumbling. Time for me to go. Wait! No! I enjoyed art. When I look again, Illar is already gone. Yep, this is the same again. Did an amazing perfect timing with Giorno. Yeah, no, truly. Okay. We're back at the Grimoire again. We gotta push through the horrors to write down. I didn't mean to shut the book. I was just clicking. That's fine. Already face the Grimoire, not alone, not like this. Actually, I think this turns... Okay. We should still be good. Sorry, I'm looking at, like, the guide again, just to, like, make sure we're doing this right. But I think it's fine. The guide also says you can deviate a lot. You just have to be nice to Illar and be a silly, goofy guy. We're good at doing that. Okay, it would be helpful if this guide did say what choices these answers were for. That's okay. We'll read a different page. Yeah, we gotta go through this book. Several conditions are needed to nurture exposure to the seas. Total. Oh yeah. The total darkness. This is what we were doing in our cellar. Okay. Yes, this was part of our experiments. Burning mass the primordial fish. What does that mean? Is it a metaphor for something else? Nails sticking to the book, I read the passage once more. If I completely botched the procedure, I would not be here. That much is obvious, but no mention of what to do if things veer off course only slightly. Yeah, we kind of fucked up, but not enough to die. Okay, now we're curious about our memory loss. Didn't wake up in a cellar, so this is very peculiar. Alright, Illar's already sitting by the small table. They frowned when they noticed me. Something's behind you. I freeze mid-step. The Lucasi? No, looks like you picked up some trash on your way. Oh, is this the letter? Yeah, this is the letter. And then they're mad about it. And it wasn't even my fault. How did you fare with the book this time? Ah, yes, the mantra is giving me trouble, but I am making progress. Progress? They grunt, shaking their head. What did you accomplish? I was unable to copy it, I mumble. The book is resisting me. Seeing Illar's eyebrow twitch, I hastily add, I did what I deemed most prudent. I came here, close to my body, to recover my concentration. Then they lean forward. In a grimoire of spells, the mantra, sigil, and catalyst always go together with the spell description. That is informative. Are you telling me you went there, flipped a page over, felt funny, then simply gave up and returned empty-handed? It may be wise to admit the fact I was reading unrelated passages. They would chew my head off if they caught wind of it. Not at all funny, it was utterly devoid of humor. Illar sinks back into the seat. You understand that time is of the essence. I said I'm making progress. All right, then you'd better rest. They motioned for me to sit. I find that it's better to survive somewhat bruised than to die intact. Wouldn't you agree? You were the one who warned me about the dangers of losing the concentration to my flesh, were you not? I'm simply heeding your advice. The balls spiral around my head. Not now, little friends. Illar frowns and flicks one away, but it promptly returns into orbit. What are these things? I snatch one of the paper balls from the air and straighten it out. Something's been vexing me. I didn't want to disturb you without good reason, but after last night, I had the strangest dream 2 moons ago. I woke to unearthly noises in the cellar. Gripping fear, my first thought was that no common burglar would dare trespass here, so I brandished a spell and went to investigate. What did I find? Nothing, save one of the tanks turned thoroughly murky. I disregarded it until now, but when I pulled you out yesterday, the tank looked just like the one in the dream. There's something you're not telling me, isn't there? I could see it in your eyes. We need to talk. Something is amiss here. Ah, an old letter, irrelevant to our predicament. It sounds very relevant to our predicament. Is this? Sounds like you spend a lot of time worrying about me. Are you certain this isn't connected to our situation? I think I'm gonna ask that. Are you certain? This letter is not recent. This issue has been dealt with. Oh. Can you be a little vaguer? I'm overwhelmed by the concreteness of details here. Illar sets their jaw. Is it truly so alluring, the past? I lower my arm, still clutching the letter tight. Yes, it is. It is a part of me. They know not how much it hurts being nobody. Why is it not a love letter? Because it's embarrassing to have that shit committed to writing. It would be nice. It would be nice to find more evidence of their relationship, though. This game probably goes hard if you lock in or have a friend who locked in and regale you with what happened. Oh, I bet. I bet it does. I honestly, we're gonna play it today. Wherever we end today, I might just say we're done with the game on stream and then like grind it out off stream, because it does definitely seem like something you should play more than once a week so you don't forget what all you've read. Okay, yeah, it hurts being nobody. Are you willing to die trying to make yourself whole again? Honestly, close my eyes, asking, waiting. No, but anything short of it. Anything. Their face is a stony mask, and then they nod slowly. If you were in my position, would you not do the same? They shrug. Some things are best left behind. Their controlled voice makes my eyes sting. You would let it all go? Not even try? We all lose things, all the time. The best we can do is salvage what's left. Something has happened to them. That is precisely what I am attempting to do. We stand in silence, tension hanging between us. Wind howls, the tower whines. Let me know when you have the spell. Illar vanishes, leaving me alone in the room. Very well, I say to the empty space. A gentle tap on my shoulder. The remaining floating letters wobble next to me. Hello again. I raise my hands and they settle into my palms. What do you think? Why is Illar so difficult? No reply. I sigh. Maybe I am the difficult one. Maybe we are just two crumpled balls of paper locked in a drawer that is on fire. Not unlike you. I peer closer at the letter. What do you say? It tilts to one side, then with a series of rustles transforms into a sheet of paper. Don't panic if you find yourself under attack. I don't know whether you're ignoring me or you're just lost in thought, so I'm enchanting letters to bump into you now. A desperate measure for desperate times. Laura, forgive our transgressions against fellow magi. I can't hold back a laugh. So Illar is to blame for my little friends? What is this other one? If I was a douche in my previous life, I too would want to forget. I don't think Illar necessarily did anything wrong. Okay, maybe I'm giving them too much grace, but the fact that, like, we're in a time crunch where we're going to die and something horrible, like, if I was in a Illar situation where my romantic partner didn't remember anything, didn't even know who I was, we were literally about to die, and we need to figure out a way to not die, and the way to do so is probably going to kill my amnesiac partner. Like, maybe I too would try to become as emotionally detached as possible. Maybe I would also crash out. Who wouldn't? I fear we are very much meeting Illar on one of the worst days of their lives. I have books that are capable of debate. I wonder what they're doing now. Oh, okay. Slumping onto the seat, I rub my temples. Magi are so complicated. Why could I have not awoken as a cook? Then the worst thing I would have to worry about is burning soup. Maybe after all this, first I must survive, then I get some answers, and later I can consider my retirement. I fold the letter into a square and tuck it into a sleeve. You would agree, right? Rest for 50 breaths and then return to the task. Yes. Just counting to 50. You didn't. This is karma for good and bad. Oh. Well, Overlord, I'm sorry. This is how you had to find out. Okay. We're locking back in. We're locking back into the evil book. The cat. It's Fuzz Pants. I feel like I should ignore the cat and focus on my task. I don't know. And the guide doesn't say. I'm gonna do that, because that's what Illar wants us to do. Focus, Vin, focus. I straighten my spine and nod to the book. It sits on the desk defiantly. A page turns over by itself. My eyes narrow. Taunting me, are you? Turn to page 58 with extremely cautious optimism. I mean, could have been good in the previous life, but not in a good place. Maybe this is an improvement. Maybe so. I'm sorry, you all had trauma in your past life, and now we're here. Y'all ever... I don't know if I, like, deadass believe in reincarnation, but sometimes I'll just be living my life, and it just goes a certain way, and I just get this, like, very strong feeling of, damn, I'm gonna have to do all this over again. Once I die, I'm coming back, we're gonna run it back, and I gotta do it all over again. This isn't my last time around the earth, I guess. um, I don't know if anyone else has moments where they're like, damn, I have to keep existing. You know, as I explain that, I don't mean it to sound as depressing as it sounds. Okay. Now we gotta copy our sigil. We have extra memories. We're staying focused. We took our ADHD medication, and Illar is gonna be so proud of us for all of this copying that we are doing. We're making good progress. Um, we made good progress, and we didn't melt. This is so slay. This is going so smooth. Will they approve? Why should I care? Getting the task done is its own reward, surely. No, nothing compares to a pretty person approving of what we're doing. Still, it is nice to be praised. Perhaps they will be in a better mood and reveal more of my past to me. That seems as likely as the Abyss Devara deciding to just give up and go back where does the Abyss come from? Is there something under it? Should I ask? No, I should not. You have to keep your hopes high. Ah, my shin collides with something hard. Watch it, you malodorous, villainous table. I grumble and rub my poor aching leg. Where is Illar? A soft clink, and I turn around. They're not here. Papers rustle nearby, just a book gliding too close. I brush it away. I have a bad feeling about this. Are they avoiding me? I sigh, determined not to give in to the gloom. Very well. You should bring cheer to others if you yourself are morose. I start picking up papers scattered around, hushing them. You poor things. Are we gonna get to read more letters? Yeah. I squinted at an especially decrepit looking one. Are those verses? Every waking momentary switch. Every waking waxing. What? Every waking momentary switch off tracks progressing, no wherewithal. Things half remembered, that moment of terrible recognition of the familiar stranger, then a drunken dream one never wakes of. Friends close, but kept my enemy closer until they were inside. The fuck does this mean? Unsigned, but written in the same hand as the grimoire. I wrote that. I was going through a little moment. This may sound weird, but I believe the universe runs in an infinite loop of birth and death. So any sense of deja vu is because we've lived these lives countless times before. I could get behind that. I could get behind that for sure. If I die and if there's reincarnations in some multiverse, I would want to be reincarnated into a tiefling in a magical world. And wouldn't that just be so slay? I would also want to be a tiefling. Having a tail, cool as fuck. Having horns, that's just peak gender. Like, I don't make the rules. That's peak gender. Monkey paw curls. Tiefling on sigil. Do we all just want to be tieflings? Okay. Unsigned but written in the same hand as the grimoire. I look under the table. There are more of them. I wanted to. I have whispered it inside and almost said it aloud, but whenever I endeavored to, something would interrupt me. I feel a sneeze coming, but it's not going anywhere. Okay, we'll just move on. It's fine. A journal entry required editing. A specimen needed dousing. Water. That was very well timed. Water sensors had to be refilled. A mantra for the next ritual demanded further articulation. The afternoon tea and I really can't see what that letter in the middle is. Doesn't matter. A curiouser and curiouser. I can still do it, you know. My intellect and the knowledge of a lifetime still fill my heart tree. The relics of mantras ready, the homunculus nearing full maturity. Nothing prevents this. No material thing. Why can I not? Only you, if only. The writing's not dissimilar to the book's whispers. I cannot suppress the feeling that someone is playing a joke on me. I need to make sense of it. Why were we having our emo hour if we are even the ones who wrote it? You're gonna play the old D&D games, you're gonna get flashbanged by Tiefs looking very different. It's not that they didn't have horns and tails, it's that they can have other features. I might vibe with that though. I might really vibe with that though. Um that could also be gender. Okay, we've actually read through this before. No sign of Illar. We're gonna take a nap. And we wake up. Yes, warm rain, sticky warm rain. It's blood. Not blood. No, it is blood. We've seen this stream before. Sweet, dark, rippling. Lar forgot to close the window. Why is it raining blood? Yelling out for Illar. Going through the halls. Nothing. No one there. We're by ourselves. Illar blocked us. This is so sad. And there's blood, and no one knows where it came from. And Illar is missing. Rest in peace to us. Tieflings being gender is why the stereotype is queer D&D players all play as tieflings. Yeah, but like they popped off. They popped off. If I could be a tiefling, that would cure all gender dysphoria. Double penny woman tiefling? Double penile woman tiefling. Love that for them. That and you can't play as one, at least in the old Baldur's Gate. I can't believe they would be so homophobic. Double penile is not on the appearance table, Chief. We'll homebrew it for Overlord. We'll homebrew it for Overlord, but little does he know that's not actually gonna matter in the roleplay being written. Okay. We shot ourselves awake. What a terrible dream. Should we investigate? Oh, the bookshelf's broke. Rest in pieces! The Abyss Devoure's currents tug at it, occasionally dislodging a piece or two, setting them adrift like flesh floating from a corpse. A small triangular gap at the base shelters a pocket of darkness. A spark winks at me from within. There's a voice woven into the ringing, a low murmur that echoes my ears. Who is calling me? I am drawn forward, beckoned by a bright speck into the dark. At last I see it, a small metal bowl hovering in the air. Each time a note resonates from it, piercings vibrate within my flesh in harmony. The ringing washes over me, an invitation, a draught of morning air in a roasted garden, a warm bed in wintertide. The taste of honey, mint, and blood mingle on my tongue. Greetings. This is new. New quote from me. I got killed by Mr. Fantastic. I'll remember that when I'm fucking your wife, you asshole. That's crazy work, Zenith. Expected nothing less. That's still crazy work. Okay. I blink once, twice. My lips move reluctantly as if unwilling to break this reverie. Who are you? The ringing swells like the summer rain, like the embrace of a dear friend. I am one who knows. Knows what? Many things. Anything that can help me survive the night? Do you fear you might not? Yes. The word leaves my mouth like my breath. Easy, thoughtless, true. Have no fear, death is imminent, inevitable. Imminent? Are you saying our struggle against the Abyss Devourer is futile? Is there no hope? You will die, sure as the tides, yet hope is here. Death is your guide. Then what use is it bandying words with you? All this talk and you have not given me a single thing that is of use. How is a bowl supposed to help you? Utter foolishness. The bowl rings with laughter. Use is a conceit of mortals. Only knowledge can lead to the deathless. You may decide, but first, make an offering. The vibration set my teeth clattering, and the metal in my tongue answers in unison. I gingerly dab a finger into my mouth, and it comes out crimson. The bowl chimes once. Offer and receive. This? Blood for knowledge? Another chime. Why do you want it? What will you do with it? A hearty laughter rings out. You misunderstand. The oblation of blood is for you, not me. For me? What can that possibly do for me? So that you may hear, sleepy magus. It seems to be good at saying a lot, but revealing little. Yet if it truly knows of my impending demise, perchance it knows when and how of it. Or is this all a trick to swindle waters out of me? How do I know you're not all Lucasi? I'm gonna go to bed early because I've been suddenly afflicted with the sleepies. Good night. Good night, dear. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you sleep well. I too love arguing with a sentient AI bull from an electronics store. This game was actually just written about Overlord. You don't make the offering. If this is not one of those propositions Illar warned me about, then I have no idea what is. What should I do? Not me accidentally taking a screenshot. Okay, I'm gonna make the offering. He doesn't say what to do. A Lucasi is a sort of creature, not an object, right? Whatever this is, it must be something else. Illar mentioned I had quite a few enchanted artifacts. This is evidently one of those. It says it knows things. Maybe it knows what happened to me. Hearing what it has to say will not kill me, will it? I raise my bloodstained finger towards the bowl. No more likely than anything else I've encountered tonight. A force pulls my fingertips forward. The touch evokes a pleasant tingle. The cut on my wrist sings, answering the call, blooming in crimson. I give in to the bliss. Red trickles out, pulling into the bowl. Ah, there you are. Now then, sleeping magus, truth or happiness? What? Choose. What am I choosing? You will know in time. We're gonna go truth. Truth, of course. Alas, painful as it may be, if the truth is what you seek, then I shall oblige. Reach inside. Huh? The bowl drifts lower to the ground, spinning slower. A solid blackness is all I see within it. I might regret this. I probably, definitely will regret this. I put my hand inside, unprepared for whatever I might find. Something brushes against my fingers, flat, layered. Gingerly, I retrieve it. A square of folded paper. It's the one line we never crossed. Even if you never forgive me for doing this, I can't let you trap yourself for an eternity. You've never put much stock in my words, but if I show you where your journey leads, you won't be able to deny it any longer. I will show you one who shed their flesh. Perhaps then you will open your eyes and abandon this pursuit. Ever yours, Illar. So do they just like casually know someone who abandoned their flesh, or are they abandoning their flesh to save us? No, I think they did it. They did it to keep us from doing it. That's what it's giving. They're trying to help me in some way. We have apparently skipped over a lot of stuff in the guide. Illar giving mixed feelings vibe. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I really do think they have an interesting thing going. I just need more answers. I need more information. How do you have this? Who are you? Answer me. That is not useful to you. The bowl lifts above my face. What is then? A voice in the tower's deepest darkness, though silent forevermore, still has a message to tell you. The ringing fades as the bowl is swallowed by shadow. That's it? Hello? I swipe at the place the bowl had been. It is gone. I crawl back out of the opening, stand and scratch my head. I wonder if I just had a profound encounter, or are things like this perfectly mundane for someone like me? I pore over the letter once more. Line we never crossed? I scowl, vague as ever. Just what was that voice in the bowl anyway? It seemed agreeable, and I did not lose much, I hope. Still, it may be for the best if I keep this to my... What were you doing in there? A cold voice greets me. You live! Of course you live. Why would you not? They grunt. Is something wrong? I lay a hand on their arm, searching their eyes. Under my palm, their skin trembles, their muscles taut. Nothing, they whisper softly, dragging their hand over to mine. Then they swat it away and stepped back. Austerity pushing out the ruth from their voice. I'm fine. Fine? You look as fine as yonder dried spiders in their cobwebs. Will you not I said I'm... Okay, we get it. We get it. Illar unclenches their teeth, then releases a slow, deliberate breath. I said I'm fine. The spell, is it prepared? There it is. That old chestnut. No good to see you, or how do you do, only where's my spell? I cross my arms. Illar's brow furrows, eyes two hard glints in the dark. So I don't know. I am a tool to you, am I not? A tool should at least occasionally fulfill its function. Otherwise, it is only an ornament. Damn. Heat rises in my chest. I shall remind you that I risk my life and sanity to save us. If you find it unsatisfactory, then you may find someone else. Quivering in frustration, I glare at them. How noble of you, yet it was your vanity that put us here in the first place. I may not be aware of the mistakes made by my former self, but you cannot lay that at my feet. Well, I don't know about that. Illar closes their eyes and tilts their head back, saying nothing for a while. I wonder if they even heard me. They just have to gentle parent themselves into not fucking crashing out on us right now. The mistake is mine. I raise an eyebrow. It is? I let it get out of control. They chuckle silently, shoulders shaking. Like a fool. There's been a miscalculation. The final ritual will cost us dearly. We may be forced to find an additional source of waters. Very well, we shall find it then. I am ready to be done with this place. How much of the spell have you recovered? I take the roll of paper with the sigil and hand it to Illar. Here. Illar snatches and unrolls it hastily. They tilt the paper and scrutinize it. A satisfied grin spreads over their lips. Guys, we won. Do I need to mention the dream? I'm gonna mention the dream. Say, did something horrible happen in this tower? Illar mumbles absently. I had a strange dream. They stare at the paper in their hands, working their jaw a moment longer before turning their attention to me. Apologies. You had a strange... what? I had a vivid dream, or perhaps a vision. You were gone. There was so much blood. The floor was stained red. I thought you... A metallic, sweet scent enters my nose as I recall it, and I gag. It felt too real to be my imagination. More terrible than this? Illar gestures at the abyss of Var with a humorless grin. I wish I could convey my thoughts directly into Illar's head. Why am I so inept at formulating my words? Tell me, did a violent event transpire here or not? Illar thumbs their chin idly. Sounds like an ordinary nightmare, no? I would recollect if a great quantity of waters had been released here. And so would you. Events like that leave a mark. Okay. Feeling lighter in the chest, I let out a long-held breath. Perhaps so. I suppose you would have me retrieve a mantra now? No, we're going together this time. Illar sets their jaw. What? I thought something horrible would happen if you were too close to the book. You will still be the one handling it. I'll be close enough to keep an eye on you and lend you my strength. You would risk your well-being to supervise me? I was thinking more on the line of encourage, but if it must come to that, then yes, supervise. You just copy the mantra as fast as you can and leave the rest to me. If you're sure. I peer at Illar from the corner of my eye as we approach the desk. Even though they dismissed my dream, I cannot help but feel it is important somehow. Could it be that Illar is simply unaware of everything that transpired here? Illar stops and retreats a step, nose wrinkled as if they smell something foul. Go on, I'll guide you from here. Their voices austere. A vein throbs on their temple. I find my hand shaking as I nod, walking the last few paces to the desk alone. Yeah, no, we've done this. We've done this before. We gotta lock back into the book, write down the mantra, keep ourselves calm, not listen to the evil, depressing book. Not sure this is wise. This is going to kill us, but it's fine because baby girl Illar says it's fine. We're almost done. And we got it. We got it. And then we melt. One arm unravels into unseen torrent assaulting me. I try to run, to pull away from the grimoire, but to no avail. The floor twists away from me. I fall, or perhaps sink. There is no study, no Illar, nothing. I'm pulled under and swept forth, gasping for air into a world of blinding brilliance and burning air. Speedrun time? It is speedrun time. You know, I'm doing this, and like, Illar does seem to be treating us a little bit nicer than they were in previous runs. But I also seem like, it seems like maybe we need to do more of the deaths before we can do this, the Illar romance route. Because there were a lot of choices that never actually came up. So I'm a little confused. But it's fine. We're pulled under, then spewed forth, gasping for breath into a world of blinding brilliance and burning air. With each moment, the light above dims further, and the pressure against my chest tightens. A sudden crack rends the water. I plunge into darkness. Love that for us. My eyes open to gloam, emptiness, a twilight-stained void. I try to turn but barely move a hair, as though I swim in pitch. When I reach out... Oh, is this... We literally was just here. This is the crab. The eel versus the crab. I think I know what I need to type, though. Yeah. Okay. Illar and I both got fucked up down here. But we're gonna save them. We're gonna save them. Actually, we'll do it, but I don't think we're on the right route. Okay. Is this how it ends? No, we're determined. Okay. These choices weren't even in the thing. I think I know what to type for the eel, though. Maybe. I think that's it. A deep rumble overflows from within me and spills out as a tidal wave that batters the monster. Its form warps and flickers through the veil of furious rushing water, a resounding cacophony, like that of bells knocking and grinding together, follows in its wake. The pet... Yeah, the eel. We met the eel again. The claw dangles from its imposing conch. Yes, serves you right, you brute. What are those? A pair of shimmering fish slips free of the shell's opening. Despite their clumsiness, there is a purpose in the rapidly closing, squirming movements. Should I worry? I draw back, a primal disgust suffusing my senses. Fatigue clouds my vision, and my limbs become sacks of sand. A muffled yap is the last thing I hear before everything fades from awareness. Oh? A stinging sensation pulls me back to consciousness. I open my eyes to the eel regarding me owlishly. Their teeth sunk into my tendrils. Z hastily releases me and licks the spot Z bit into, whining. My insides twist from pangs of hunger. I must have overexerted myself with that spell. It is sheer luck that I did not perish from it. The eel trips happily and swings her tail left and right, displaying the pair of bizarre fish ensnared within their serpentine grasp. The strings and knots of light that weave into their bodies radiate a cold brilliance which needles my eyes, yet I cannot tear my gaze away. As though in a waking dream, my tendrils extend almost of their own accord and grasp the nearest one. Pain lances into me. The threads of the fish unwind, slither over me, and burrow into a gash on the floor of my shell. No way! My tendrils spasm. Searing agony reaches a climax and melts into a comfortable numbness. I purr with pleasure and watch lazily as countless pinpricks of light spring out of the darkness. Pairs of them, rushing toward each other like eager lovers, vanish with a spark when they meet. Hundreds, thousands, 100,000, they turn the darkness into light. I squinted as a shaded canopy gave way to a brilliant ambrosia sky. We emerged from the woods, boots rustling on the leafy path. They say the profounded sages glimpse knowledge from a golden realm where the sky is forever ambrosia. And I was never one to take hearsay as truth. I turned to Illar. Do you think plants in the divine realm could photosynthesize in the golden light? Would they develop red leaves? Illar blinked at me once, twice, then burst into laughter. They're so cute! Look at them! We're just out here in a bamboo forest for the vibes, I guess. A gust of wind blew by just then, playing with their silver hair. A flurry of fallen petals flew past us. Quickening my heart, Illar's laughter splashed over the rolling meadow. I planted my feet, hands on my hips, and waited for them to finish. They could laugh all they wanted, but I did not think there were such things as silly questions, and I wanted my answer. But they kept laughing. The sky dimmed, I waited and waited, and then it was dark. A sinking feeling fell over me like rain. Alas, it was only a memory. A nudge at my side pulls me into the cold present of the watery realm. My mood sours at the sight of it. At least I have you, I snuggle the eel snoring next to me. Glancing at the spot on my body that still tingles, I cannot glimpse even a minuscule seam. The whole has utterly vanished. How could that be? I stroke at the newly restored area. Beneath the warm comfort, a dull ache pulses. Have I been mended? My eel waves a second fish before me, and I recoil, stomach nodding. No, don't keep that away. Spikes erupt all along the eel's body as he yelps and flings the fish into the dark. No, do not. Thoughts ricochet in my head, my voice seizes. I do not want them discarded either. Please keep them close, just not. The eel jets out and returns with the fish again. Their eyes bulge in innocent confusion as he pokes me with their nose while keeping their tail and the fish away. I stroke at their fin, murmuring, I apologize, my dear. I know not why these things cause me such unease. You did no wrong, not in the least. You have saved me time and time again. Z purrs, frazzled scales soothing down. Then Z yaps decisively and prods me. I should not linger. Perhaps if I retrace my steps, the study had been there. I might have simply missed a turn. No matter. However long it takes, I shall. Yep. The eel drags something before me, and my trail of thought falls away. That something is Illar, only now they flicker like candlelight in a breeze. The straight lines, sharp points, and elegant curves of their sigil warped and frayed. This is highly concerning. I suppose it would be wise. Not the barking. The eel corkscrews, then suddenly straightens into an arrow and flies to the motionless conch. Z circles it, barking ferociously. I swim closer. Z prods at the mouth of the shell. What am I to do with it? Do I eat it? Feed it to Illar? I creep as close to it as I dare. Z barks again and gives the conch a solid thump with their head. I do feel quite malnourished, but is this a wise course of action? What if I'm allergic to it? How do I even go about cracking it open? I knock on the hard surface. It quivers. For a few breaths, a faint sound of cascading bells streams forth from the opening. The cadence and timbre of the sound tugs at my chest, drawing me closer. I hone my attention upon where my ears should be, aiming them, shutting out all that is around me as though I am squinting my ears. Sure. The peeling takes on a fluid, fleshy quality. The sharp clicks resemble the rasping consonants. while the round hums are akin to throaty vowels. Syllables? Words? Close, so close. The scent, the sweet Bonnie slipped me by, tipsy o me penser. Ow, ow, will I finish me collection now? Might as well have none at all. Laura and a pipe, a sentient creature. Hello? The mumbling hushes, the tips of a pincer gingerly poke out. Is someone in there? Ugh, ow! The claw shrinks back. Don't hurt me, I beg thee. I see, they fear me. I did knock them about. They should remain terrified as long as they are unaware of my drained state. I picture thrusting out my chest. Reveal yourself, I merely wish to converse. The crab is silent. Do you hear me? Only converse? You won't gobble me up? I beg your pardon? What do you imagine I am? A great hungry one, O mighty Lucasi. I am her humble hermit. Meant no offense, none, but I'm a collector of trinkets. Mercy be a magnificent virtue. I have an elderly mother at home. If I had brows, they would be flying free off my forehead. Now, wait just a moment. I am most certainly not a Lucasi. Oh, you're not? Why then did you thump me about with that flashbang business? As I recall, you attacked me first. I saw you barreling toward me, screeching, blinking murder. I panicked. Reckoned I'd snap you in half just a wee bit so I could make a swim for it. By the time you put yourself back together, I'd been long gone. That's it. No harm intended. They click their pincer nervously. Not much harm, leastwise. Non's to truthful, I'm glad I didn't. You ain't as wretched as I reckoned you'd be. Quite round, really. I see. Well, I too am glad you did not snap me in half a wee bit. Though this roundness is only temporary. Right, say, don't take this to be any ill-mannered, but if you're not a Lucasi, why do you smell all rotten? This is making me peepers water from leagues away. Proper pungent, that whiff about ya. What smell do you mean exactly? They whisper in disgust. The smell of greed. Oh. How does a Lucasi look? I point my tendril to me, to Illar, then to the eel. Like an egg? Like a sigil? Like a fish? Yes. I see. Do they speak words or growl like beasts? I sound atrociously jelliquifying. This is a waste of my time. Listen here, I know only thing I need. Lucasi are impossible to bargain with. Cannot make an honest deal to save her scales. Will swindle you for all you're worth without twitching a fin. And if you have half your wit, you'd avoid their kind. That's what I know. As a matter of fact, I do have a deal for you. A roughly strung chord emits from me as I try to clear my throat. I would have your aid with finding a way back to our realm. Consider it an apology for attacking me, injuring my beloved eel, and insinuating that I am some monster from the depths. How is that for a fair trade? The hermit makes a strangled squeal like a pot about to boil. I will also not be subjecting you to any further flashbang business. Certainly. But first we enter a compactum, eh? So we might deal in peace? A compactum? I shall consider it. What do you propose exactly? Simple, like, you are me not and I am you not. Adults? Curses, there can be a positivity to amendments and addendage and such. If both parties agreed, the usual compactum procedures. I peer at my eel and Z nods at me. It is just as well. I cannot maintain the illusion that I could sunder them to pieces indefinitely. A magic treaty of peace is just what I require. I agree. State your name to seal the compactum. My name is Ben Fenneron, and I agree to this compactum. And your companion? The eel appears to inhale deeply, and in an instant inflates to the size of the crab, then bellows out a long string of barks. Fragments of meaning flicker like sunlight over rippling water, too swift for me to catch. A legion? 50,000 strong? What have they said? Z shrinks to their original size to hover obediently at my heel as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Alright, work. The crab clears their throat with an air of officiality. And I, Ermit the Wise, agree. I had expected some shower of light or magical display, but no such spectacle unfolds. A subtle wave brushes us by, setting the hermit and I floating up and down a wit. It all seems perfectly mundane. Phew, well then, I'm coming out, would you please? I move away. The claw emerges. It is only apparent now it dwarfs the shell it inhabits. Images appear unbidden in my head as I wait for the rest of them. Some manner of pudgy torso, a plum, mustached face, and an exceedingly tall hat, perhaps. Not but a claw materializes. Say, now that we're in accord, my eyes begin to roll in anticipation. You don't suppose you could return me shards? Shards? The eel slithers behind me, hiding the glimmering fish from the hermit's sticky gaze. They want them back? Why? I touched one and relived a memory. Could they? What do you intend to do with my memories? Relive them? Are you a miscreant who would spy on a private moment of mine? Spy? I say your noggins might be a tad befuddled. How am I to unravel your shards? What can I accomplish with them? I'll tell ya. They quiver in exasperation. I can live, that's what. Oh, work. Zenith, are you popping off in Marvel Rivals again? We love to see it. I guess hear it. Next Lucasi that crossed me stream will be too busy chomping on one of those to go at Meal's shell. What can I do with them indeed? Oh. Again! Love that for you, Zenith. We love to see it. You would keep it for protection? I thought you had never encountered a Lucasi. Perhaps not. It's the principle of the thing. It belonged together. Me collection. Collection? Of shards? Cripes, they bring the pincers tipped to the mouth of the shell. I said too much. It's, trade secret. You wouldn't really float with the notion. Do you mean to say you possess more of these? More of my memories? You're making me nervous. Might I see them? Maybe that ain't such a good idea. Anger sizzles in my chest, an edge creeps into my voice. I just want to be sure they are mine. You do not understand. Aye, is your lug crusted or what? I say I be mine. Finders keepers. The hermit shivers, retreating as I press forward. Wait, calm yourself. The compactum. Let me look, you creation. I grasp the pincers. Spikes of energy twist up my tendrils and shove me back. Ah! Searing flashes of pain bolt out my senses. Well, I guess we know what happened to our memories. I awake to the eel licking me. My tendrils are bloated to twice their usual size and throb with quite agony. Have I just violated the compactum? Have I reneged on my word? My apologies, that was unbecoming of me. Well, I'll say, a compactum's no joking matter, larvae. I wobble in a daze. I'm fine. There, it'll pass soon. Just don't go spatulating about like that again, eh? The hermit's voice softens. I nod. You're quite out of your depth, ain't ya? You shallowlings simply don't belong here. Shallowling? Is that what I am? Shallow, or better yet, hollow? I suppose you could say that. I chuckle hoarsely and turn about, showing my back to them. Just look at me. Oh, I feel your pain. How could you? Oh, yeah, better believe I got curious once eons ago when I was a wee larvae myself. Poked me head into the seas below. Haven't heard about all the waters down there. Oh, the bliss. Me flesh was jelly and me head was pure stellarium. I ain't wanted to come back. Would have sank for good if me mum hadn't yanked me out by the lugs. But put my shell back together from 100 pieces, she did. She didn't fish up all of me art, though. Lost a few centuries, I did. We drift in silence. The lingering ache in my body quiets, and its absence nearly makes me weep. You said it was blissful as well? The seas? Aye, horrendously. Made me feel so full inside, like I wanted for nothing, not even me treasures. Ugh, they shudder. I wave a tendril, feeling resistance as it moves through some invisible medium. Am I to understand that this is not the seas? Are we not swimming in waters? This? Waters? The hermit coughs. Oh, to be so naive again, what I'd give. No, no, larvae. This be so anear the shallows, 'tis to barely enough to, how you say, dip your pincer. Oh, that is peculiar. I If merely touching waters shatters one into 100 pieces, how is anyone supposed to make use of it? To do magic, for instance. Magic? Do they not know what it is? Perhaps it's called by another name here. What is the act of doing a thing without physical effort, say by uttering a phrase or waving one's appendage? Oh, shapen! So shapen is what you're after, larvae. It requires waters, yes? Right enough. Waters is what does the shapin', and I have just the thing, just the thing. The claw shrinks within the shell. A chorus of clinking and rustling accompanied by jovial humming ensues. Then the hermit emerges holding an oval jewel. Behold! What is it? Something made of waters? Aye, not just a jewel of crystallized waters, the jewel of waters. See its supplements? Bathe in its gloriadence. Witness its magnificence. These are just made up words. These are just made up words. I feel like I'm having a stroke trying to read what the hermit is saying. Oh, I quicken me shall to think of the beatific form of the one who shed this. 'Twas no ordinary being, no, no, such a treasure. You cannot fathom the restraint it took for me to not drink from it. Oh, no, no. 'Tis unfathomable, Tia, unfathomable. I assure you that my capacity for fathoming is quite extensive. I peer into the gem. Its violet color harbors the depth of a moonless sky. A stream of stars drifts within it. Though they are but a conch and claw, I sense the hermit's giddiness from their incessant twitches and clicks. They are eager and entirely too pleased with the gem. Are they tempting me with their wares? Have we begun negotiations? Tavarna, I have suspicion Illar was the one who did all the bargaining in the past. What would they do if they were awake? I make a mask of my phantom visage, lean back unhurriedly, and cross my tendrils. It seems adequate. I say, adequate? Adequate? 'Tis extraordinary. With this much waters, you can... They huff, claw snapping wildly. I resist the urge to grin. You can live for a millennia, and not just scraping by. Y'all have the power of the seas at your beck and call, like a king. You ought to keep your boast at least somewhat plausible. This meager trinket? I flick a tendril, turning to face the void pointedly. Why not? Kings in the shallows rise and fall like foam on the waves. They waddle over to Illar. What if I sweeten the deal? Your companion here looks like they'd be needing a spot of restoring. My turn to be struck. Truly? You can help? You can restore them? Aye, easy as fish sticks. I ain't called the wise for naught. I could even throw porting you back to the shallows into the bargain. And you propose such an exchange for my last remaining 2 shards. Do you not already possess quite enough of me? Well, they wiggle their shell, producing a waterfall of charms from within. It's your collection, the principle of the thing. Yes, spare me. By the depths, is this what I sound like when I obstinately hold to some decision? Focus, Ben. Do not let them see you waver. I stroke where my chin should be. The gem, would its water suffice to seal the abyss of Vara? The hermit's pincers slacken. What? Door to the abyss? Eternal torment? They burst out laughing. Sure, Shallowin. I know what the abyss is. Curses. If Illar was well, they would know the value of this gem or how to wrest a better bargain from the swindler. This entire business is wearing on me. I peer at them and wish I had not. Corpses have looked more lively. Enough, I whisper. I've wasted enough time. You offer a jewel of waters, as well as your aid in returning us to the shallows and restoring my companion. Name your price. Oh, well, the claws clacks with pretended decision. Since you already gobbled up one of the shards, I suppose the remaining two would do. Is that all? Only my precious memories? Well, wouldn't want to be greedy, eh? I can practically feel the grease dripping from their voice. That's a rough buddy. Your boyfriend's a lobster? That's not my boyfriend, Beijing. This is the hermit. It's gonna save our partner. I turn to face the eel. Such an amount of waters will surely aid us against the abyss Devara. But if I relinquish my memories, I shall never know what I have lost. Why are there no easy choices in this world? Honestly, this should be fine. This should be fine. The claw quivers in anticipation. What about for only one of them? What would you trade then? The hermit turns rigid, their voice laced with a squeal. I shan't give ye me precious gem then. I ain't a charity. What an understatement. 1 shard for restoring my companion and returning us, and 2 for the waters as well. Is that your proposal? I feel like we have to do it. Aye, but I'm sure you'd rather trade me both so you can be together with the rest. 'Tis a fine collection, practically a family, ye are. It'd be a tragedy to part 'em, cruel even. Yes, I agree. They belong together, with me. I do not imagine I could appeal to your conscience and ask that they all be yielded to me, their rightful owner. Only give? No trade? Gobble me flippers, 'tis be so manner of shallows humor. I should have known better. I feel like I should trade both of them. My guide doesn't tell me what to do. Guide doesn't mention this at all. We'll trade both shards. What good is a memory if I am dead? If I succeed in sealing the Abyss Devara, I shall make new memories afterwards. Very well. You shall have them both. I nod at the eel. Z whimpers. Go on. I stiffen my lip as the eel ushers the fish-like shards to the giddy crab, their tails yet beating, and their heads ever honed in my direction. The hermit hushes, save for the feverish clicking of their pincer. As soon as the shards are within their reach, they release the jewel to the eel, pinch the shards as though they were freshly plucked flowers, and retract into their conch. The eel returns to my side with the jewel in their mouth. Ha! Oh, my. The hermit's claw rises straight over the shell and hangs motionless. Minute tremors run through their shell. I squeeze the gem, an ache pulsing deep within my chest, as though an old wound had been torn anew. Is this power truly worth a piece of me? Ahem. Are you ready for the next part? I tug Illar close to the crab. How will you help them? The hermit sighs. I'll keep this simple so it won't make your head burst. You must see your companion as they ought to be, clear as ice, and wait for me to weave waters to fill our mission shape. Can you handle that much? Yeah. We've seen this before. We see Illar. And it works. It works. Illar is just kind of slay like that, truly. All this is the same. Yeah, they're fused to a seamless whole. We fixed them. I say, larvae. It is done? They are healed? You can't discern it for yourself, can ya? It's not exactly my area of expertise. The colors have improved. Give them a hopeful prod. Their only response is a faint shimmer. I'll come around just as soon as you set flippers on the shallows again. Yes, we gotta go home. Come on, hermit. Okay, yeah, this is all the same. Yeah, we're going home, and it's weird. Because we don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's fine. Wind rasps across the waves far above me. Sparks of light bob and shimmer on the surface. The rasping rises in volume and soon transforms into a roar. The water cascades down towards us. Despite the dizzying speed, I feel no fear. We plunge through the liquid veil as though carried by a galloping steed, each sparkling glint a meteorite, each gilded wink a sparkling eye. A smooth body wraps around my tendril. The eel is beside me. A pressure from the other tendril tells me Illar is also present. Good. All is good. A stick-like shape ahead of me grows in size as we approach. It has limbs, a head, clothes waving in the water. How curious. It has the same style of hair as... We land on the hard floor with a thud. When I inhale, a pungent smell scratches my nostrils and stings my lungs. Light jabs at my eyes, tearing away to the darkness to which I have grown so wonted. I grope around with my eyes squeezed shut. Illar's silken hair rests upon my chest. They are still, but warm and breathing. I push them off and sit up. Illar, are you awake? I shake their shoulder. They groan. I sigh, rub my eyes, and get to my feet. Everything remains hazy. Something is different. The debris. I duck just in time to avoid a stone block the size of a boulder. It screeches across the floor. I scramble to pull Illar away from another stone barreling towards us. Work. Love that. Yep, the abyss is getting worse. I think this is also the same. How are we still here? A moment later, they stir. Are you awake? I nudge their arm. Illar struggles to their feet. They look at my hand, then at me, eyes empty. Don't touch me, they growl. Oh, maybe we didn't do the romance path right. You should have fled when you had the chance. Eyes wide, they glance to the side at something. The light around us dims. I follow their gaze but see nothing of note. I wince as I look back at them, meeting their cold glare. Mantra, give it to me. Am I supposed to ask? No, we'll just hand it. Something in their demeanor warns me against non-compliance. The mantra. Davarna, do I even still carry it? I reach into my sleeve, hands shaking. There it is. I extract a piece of paper and drop it into Illar's waiting palm. I need you to think carefully before you answer me. Where in this tower might I find a store of waters? Life depends on your reply. Guys, I think we fucked up. I think we fucked up. I know not. Even if I did, I would not disclose it to you. Well, that's not true. Is that so? Yes? That could divert their attention from myself for a time. Perchance I might discover a way to escape. Yes? Shame. Their voice is soft, tinged with something akin to disappointment. I thought you were more. With a snap of their fingers, my left arm flashes and a burst into flames? Okay. A searing pain blinds me. The afterimage of the melting appendage branded into my inner eye. Boiling vapors roast the breath in my lungs. I'm beginning to think there's no way you can't fuck up this game. So, J-Train, I know you have to find 12 unique deaths to get to the, like, true ending. And I've not done that yet. So I'm wondering if the, like, Illar romance path also requires you to have, like, fumbled through a lot more of the endings first. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. There are 29 separate deaths in this game. Oh, wait, no, that's just achievements. No, yeah. 29 out of the 32 achievements in this game are just different deaths. Love that. Love that. Okay. Boiling vapors roast the breath into my lungs. Another snap of the fingers and an incandescent flower blossoms in my right arm, turning it to ashes. A hoarse scream tears out of my ruined throat. A final snap. The agony crescendos into a blinding, deafening silence. Then there is nothing but a sea of scarlet. Okay, we've seen this before. This is not new. We saw this earlier. I can't believe Illar would just set me on fire. happened? Where am I? I must return. That was something. What delight that things are never what they seem. Oh, it is you. Where have I seen you before? Ah, do you remember? I died. It's finished. It is completely finished. I failed. I am finished. What a relief. But you can rest now, can't you? Mayhaps. But we both know you won't, don't we? You like your answers too much. How do you know this? Who are you? Can you tell me what I should do? Why do I keep dying? Don't you ever, how they say, stop and smell the flowers? Dying 29 times sounds painful, truly. Smell the... You are mad. I have died horribly and you want me to... Ah, I know. It's still new and exciting for you. I am taking my leave now. You're getting better at this. Keep going. You'll get there. Remember me. I'll be waiting. Okay. Or proof its peak. Big nothing, lost nothing, gain sort of deal. Okay. I clicked on the wrong one. I think that's it for tonight. Do you guys want to keep playing this on stream? Suppose you would get numb to it after a while. Yeah, I suppose so as well. Isn't that kind of what ReZero's about? Do you guys want to keep playing this on stream? We could pick this back up in a couple of weeks. Because I'm going to be gone next Thursday. I am going to keep playing it, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys if we keep it a stream thing. Also, I forgot to ask you guys, do we want to do a cosplay stream? On the 29th of May? Or do we want to do it on the 7th of June, which is a Saturday? The 29th of May is a Thursday, by the way. I don't know if you guys have a preference for any of the questions I just asked y'all. Honestly, I think a lot of y'all are just here for the vibes, and I can respect that. I'm really confused, though, but I feel like we did get more answers. We're making progress. Okay, let me look on Steam. How many deaths have I gotten? I bullied the hermit. Oh. Okay, I'm just opening all of the things. We do be vibing. I'm glad you guys do be vibing. We love to see it. Okay, so I only have 8 achievements. And not all of them are deaths. We got a long way to go. We got a lot. There is an achievement called Lover, and it says took every opportunity to kiss them. I have no fucking clue how we get there. I would like to get there. I'm just here for the vibes in the Dragon Age, honestly. That is so fair. Also, okay. Not Zenith wanting to summon the Warden. We'll see what the vibe is next time I stream on a Thursday. How's that sound? I'll ask you guys in the Discord what y'all want to play beforehand. And we'll see what the vibe is. Anyway, I think that's it. Let me quit the game so I have my second monitor free to figure out who we're going to raid. I gotta figure out how to follow guides on that. I think I do have to do more of the deaths before we can actually do the romance path. Which, like, we love to see it. I wasn't expecting it. Sounds good? Okay, work. Next time I see you guys, I'm not streaming Saturday. One of my longest friendships is actually having a little, like, she just moved and she's doing a little welcoming party on Saturday, and I didn't want to miss it. So we're canceling stream for that. Sorry. But next time I see you guys will be Tuesday, next Tuesday for Dragon Age, and y'all are saying we might be finishing Act 2 next week. So that's exciting. Love that for us. We need to make Finners fall in love with us, because when he said that what's done is done and insinuated we were over, I got very sad. But anyway, I'm gonna send you guys over to June. She's playing Persona 3. I know you guys love to hang out with June. No worries, real life takes precedence. I'm so glad that y'all are normal about that kind of thing. Sometimes I feel bad because I be canceling. I stay canceling Saturday streams. Saturday streams get canceled all the fucking time around here. I did think it was kind of funny that some of y'all forgot that I do stream on Saturdays sometimes because they get canceled so much. But that's fine. We have a life sometimes. Have a wonderful night. You as well. I hope you guys enjoy spending some time with June. And that's it for me. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.